Ooh, he's touching them.
Finishing touching myself.
And that is on stream.
That is mostly a joke.
Or is it?
Mostly. I don't know.
Huh?
If it is, it is. If it's not, it's not.
So what you're saying is it is what it is. That's not. This very leaves big hole for interpretation.
That's the plan.
I'll open your hole for interpretation.
I'm not of legal age yet. You can't say that. Couple months.
I mean,
Last
his goal was
session
to
you said you were.
his goal was to make you uncomfortable, not to get anywhere, and I believe he succeeded in that goal.
Nah, I meant like this year.
Went
The fuck
clean over Ghost's
talking
head.
about?
What just happened? What? Huh?
Something went over Ghost's head.
Oh.
Dick.
Wait,
No,
whatever Ghost said. Hold on. I want to know the story.
I'm telling you, the second I am of legal age, I'm going straight to the pub to get some bitches.
Neither.
Look
Session
at
that
that.
you were of legal age?
Huh?
Anyway.
Yeah, I meant this year. I had my birthday yet. I mean, technically I'm of legal age, right? This year, it's yeah.
Don't be in such a
I've
hurry.
survived 17 years of my life.
Don't be in such a hurry to grow up.
What are you talking about? Getting some bitches in the pub is like high school shit.
Not quite.
Middle school?
No. You don't go to a bar when you're a high schooler.
He's in Asia, remember?
I don't think he's allowed even then, but I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, it requires supervision at that
like
age.
Britain, it's Britain, it's I believe 8 or 18. Yeah, that's the drinking age, 18.
No, Britain is 16.
Well, Ghost, let me put it this way. You, of all people, should not. At that age.
That's harsh.
He's not ready.
That said, I'm moving out of the house. Oh wait.
That's not even me, like, trying to, like,
You already
say
did
bad
move
things
out of your
about Ghost.
house,
That's
didn't
just me
I
trying
know.
to warn Ghost that he's gonna fucking ruin himself.
I'm gonna become an alcoholic at the age of 10. That's right, I'm going back a few stages.
Nope, it's not
Going back
alcoholism you
in
gotta
time.
worry about.
AIDS?
That's possible. A possible one. There's also just...
Oh, not her. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, there's also just the fact that Ghost is not very responsible. So he's likely to either injure himself, lose himself a bunch of money, acquire a criminal record, end up a father at his tender age.
Guys, all of this is all an act. Alright? That's what the point of the mask is and all that shit.
Yeah, but I have to, like, crush your hopes and dreams.
Oh, but that's what the point of the mask is. You guys probably don't know what the fuck that song is from, or that.
You cut out so bad. What?
You guys probably don't know what that line is from.
Don't know what line is from.
That's what the mask is.
Yeah, no, we don't. Say it, Ghost.
No, I'm not gonna say you're stupid.
Uh-huh. Talks big shit and then is afraid to follow through on it.
Yeah. You guys have the internet. You guys aren't that old. Jeez, got fucking use technology. You can search. That's what the mask
No,
is.
Ghost, you see, you're the one taking up our time to make this reference and to try and use it to show some form of wit, so we are not going to waste our own time and effort to further analyze said wit.
It seems like I've been server muted.
Mm-hmm. What a little bitch. Why is the duck... Oh, Comical's posting it this time. I was like, why are you posting that again?
Oh, that's the joke I was making with the two lizard folk in yeah, one of us only tells lies. Oh my god, I said I was sorry.
I was perfectly ready for Eutherian to just go full... I don't even know how I want to describe it there, just...
Cut them in half?
The proper reaction. It was, I kill one of you so that the other... Or it's, my brain.
I cut one's head off and ask, are they dead?
That is an option, but, my brain has locked up so bad right now. Because I'm trying to remember what I know what I want to say now, but I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say before, and it's gone. I've completely lost my train of thought, because I'm too busy trying to think about what the fuck we're going to do about the Aboleth.
Yeah.
Guys, we have no way to soul trap this thing. Like, the best plan of all the ones, the most feasible plans of all the ones, was make some sort of pact with something. Or...
I'm not doing...
Yeah. Or...
I'm not the one who's gonna do that.
I'll do that.
Well, the thing is, Kret already may or may not have a couple of connections, so he won't have to give up his own soul, because they already kind of know he's good for a I'll get you a soul kind of deal. But that aside, we do have divinations, so we can find out information if we need it. I'm really mad that Shadow Demons can't do the Soul Rip anymore. Thanks, 5th edition. I considered a bar guest, but that only works on humanoids, and then I went and read through a bunch of the other things that Soul Rip. It's like, when a humanoid, on a humanoid, a humanoid. There are other intelligent beings of great power. Wizards of the Coast. Stop. None of these creatures have any reason to exclusively hunt humanoids. There is not a single one of them that has the, when a humanoid, that would look at a dragon and say, nah, I don't want that thing's soul, that's useless to me. If everyone's wondering, like, well, maybe only humanoid souls can be used that way. No, there's these wonderful things called Barghest, and these wonderful things called Abishai, and these wonderful things called Fangs of Yenogu, and various other things. All these things that are born of monstrosities and dragons and oozes and shit like that, and undead even, that are fiends. And happen as a result of soul ripping. So all the monsters that result from soul ripping are still there, but all the abilities that let these monsters rip the souls out of things that aren't humanoids are gone for some reason.
It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. Huh?
How you confused yourself with that?
But, yeah. So, Ricky's getting very angry that all of the soul rip abilities on all the monsters are saying a humanoid, even though that makes no sense. Turns out Soul Cage won't work. That requires a humanoid. Imprisonment works, but we don't have 9th level fucking spells, and we lost that scroll.
Lost what scroll?
We had a scroll of imprisonment at one point, but we sold it.
What? When?
It was like early. It was when we were in the like crypt with the undead where we found the orb with the card in it.
I'm very much sure if we do have that,
We don't.
You would not allow us to. Yeah, you would not allow us to sell it.
I think I did
It was
because we
fortunate
needed the
so
money, and yeah, I think we needed the money. I don't think I was happy about it, but I remember it was something like, well, we can't use this right now, and you have to remember it's a 9th level spell scroll. So even if we did, and we didn't have a wizard in the party either at the time. No, we didn't have a wizard in the party at the time either, or warlock.
No, we didn't.
It's a wizard, cleric, and I think warlock. I think those are the only.
What was the spell?
Imprison.
What was the spell again?
Imprison.
Imprisonment. Let's see.
It's one of those. It's changed names between versions. It's the same thing. Just write imprison. Imprisonment will come up too if it's correct.
Yeah, I must have. Were we in that elven like? Oh wait, no, the orb was in Civitalk.
It was when I was still playing Seek.
I go and read Night Hag, and it's like, oh, when a humanoid is killed by the Druid, for fuck's sake. Hags hunt things
good thing we have a really cool person for a DM. I know what an imprisonment spell does, man.
But either way,
imprisonment is only for warlocks and wizards.
Oh, okay, clerics don't get it. I thought clerics got it, but yeah, we didn't have a wizard, and our warlock was only like 2 levels in warlock, and it was Little Fortune, so that would literally be a DC 19 intelligence check or charisma check. I guess it's either or, but DC 19 charisma check, no proficiency.
Oh wait.
To cast it, and if you fail, the scroll is gone. So
that works on aberration.
You must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. So whatever the hell your spellcasting ability is a DC 19.
Yeah, but you also have to have the spell in your thing. But yeah, protection from evil and good is useful, but it won't stop it from dominating you. It'll just give you advantage.
No, they just can't possess you.
No, they can't possess you. Like, ghosts can't possess you. It dominates. It's a dominate effect.
Well,
possessing is them going into your body and basically taking over. Dominate is mind controlling you.
Possession is what happened to Roland.
They're making you to puppets.
Is it like Charmed?
No, possession is like what happened to Roland. They're using you as a meat suit.
Yes.
It's a different thing.
One is wearing the suit, one is being a puppet.
Yeah. Charmed is they're fooling you into doing your bidding. Possession is they're taking direct control. They're using you as a meat suit.
Like, just don't think a puppet has assholes.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I've just been saying that all day.
Stick your hand up your ass and use you like a puppet. But the dominate person or dominate creature effects, those let you as an action assume direct control or give them any order at all, including kill yourself. Which is why it's so high level.
I remember Silas being possessed by an aboleth. I forgot. No, dominated. I forgot how though. I remember just being controlled by an aboleth. I forgot how though.
Because because you and Aron Kalkos were in the water, and Aron Kalkos went mental on it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the thing is, we need. I'm sure we can kill it. We have enough damage and capability and survivability in this party to kill it. The problem is we need to make sure it doesn't come back. So we need a way to soul rip it. Currently,
I mean, the only way you can come back is if someone's in it again, which is
and it
very,
has the whole
material consuming.
The whole water cult would want it back, is the problem.
Orange is a cleric. We can attempt a divine intervention or something.
Do you have that ability yet?
I don't believe I get it at level 8. I don't think I get divine intervention at level 8. No.
Get it at level 10, yeah.
Then yeah, we can't do that. So that leaves. I have a battered crazy car whistle. We might be able to ask her for an empty ring of mind shielding, and then Cret can put a curse on it, so that it attunes instantly to the next thing that touches it. Then we just literally throw it at the aboleth. Or, gloves and press it against the aboleth, just whatever we can do, touch it with the ring, and then after that it's free game. We murder the fuck out of it. And its soul will be dragged into the ring, and then we just hand the ring over to the IAG and they lock it up. Cursed magic items.
How would you curse it?
It would be like making a magic item. You
that would require time and effort,
Notice
right?
do some NPC magic. Some NPC magic, man.
It's not something we can do. Like, Cret does have Bestow Curse, and it would be like making a magic item, putting a curse on an existing item. So yeah, we would need time, resources, and effort, but Cret can do it. But we'd literally have to, walk away, get everything we need, and come back. Which is rough. But it's an option.
And the IAG would very much ask you guys to not do that.
I mean... Then tell them to bring something that we can soul trap with. Otherwise, it's a pointless venture that's a complete waste of resources, and why the fuck are we even bothering? Because they will just summon it again immediately. I'm sure they have the summoning capability. I'm sure that there's a fucker out there with Planar Ally or Gate that can just drag the shit back through on a whim.
And what was your plan after throwing a coconut at the angry red dragon? I don't know.
So...
that's some funny shit, actually.
Cursed Ring of Mind Shielding was an option. If we went lore accurate, there'd be a lot more options, because I have summoned Greater Demons, but 5e just fucking ripped everything interesting out of them, apparently. Like Succubi and Incubi don't even soul steal anymore with their Draining Kiss, so fuck me, I guess. Venghouls only affect humanoids now, so fuck me. Barghest only affects humanoids now, so fuck me. I can't summon shadows because they've been made into undead instead of fiendish undead, so I can't use that, so fuck me.
So that's what I was asking. Is it a humanoid?
No, it's not. It's an aberration.
If you die while wearing the ring, it doesn't really say it has to be cursed, it just says if you die while wearing the ring without a soul in it.
Yeah, and it needs to be attuned to the ring for that effect to happen.
Does curses cause instant attunement?
Yes. That's why you're not supposed to touch cursed items, because they instantly attune you to them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Did you guys not know this?
Attuning to an item causes its curse to kick in, but it has no ability to automatically attune or force its wielder to attune.
There's several cursed items that insta-attune.
Didn't my arm insta-attune?
certain. Okay, so there is a like half and half thing, I guess.
There's even
Ah.
like an entire Curse of Strahd thing where it's like, oh, you guys get these cool new weapons. They're +1 weapons and stuff, but they actually require attunement, and you attune to them instantly, and you can't put them down. Ever. It's in Curse of Strahd.
Yeah. There's also
Well,
the
someone
one
probably-
where I believe that there are various like there are various like curses that do act like that. There are various ones that do not as well.
Yeah. It can be done. Stow Curse has the open-ended thing, but I'd have to land a fucking failed wisdom save on the damn thing, and it's a touch spell, because fuck me. I don't know why it's a touch spell. I don't know why Bestow Curse is so fucking gimped. It's like, oh, it's concentration, it only lasts 1 hour, and it's a touch spell. And it requires wisdom save. The most common save type.
Minute.
Oh my god.
1 minute. Not an hour.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's literally worthless if you don't have like 7th level spell slots. Oh no, 5th. If you don't cast it at 5th level or higher, it's worthless. And even then, it's not very good. Only if you cast it at 9th level, which makes it last until dispelled. So yeah, it's fucking sad. In fact, it's sadder than I thought it was. I don't know what we're gonna do, guys. Like, we can't stop this thing. If we kill it, they're just gonna summon it again immediately.
At least we'll get the, like, artifact that they're making. I don't know.
Maybe. Like I said, we could pull some crazy maneuver, catch it in a magic circle. I'd have to prepare a magic circle, though, because for some reason it's not a ritual. For some reason. Of all the spells.
It does also cast 1 minute to cast.
Yeah.
I had this feeling as such a dread.
Why?
By the tone of your voice.
Oh, yeah.
Worth at least 500 GP per hit die of the target. How many hit dice does a fucking apple has?
Probably like 15.
Say what?
The spell component for imprisonment is has to be worth 500 GP per hit die of the target.
Basically, you just use a 10,000 GP gem and say screw it.
What is the bare minimum for an apple?
We don't know.
And I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah. Crit rolled high, didn't
Damn
roll
it.
that high. Also, we don't have imprisonment. And even
Nope.
if we did, we don't really... It wouldn't be a sure thing, because not only would the caster of it have to pass a check, but it would also have to fail the save. And we would have to magic circle it anyway, because it's like a minute or an hour to cast.
Minute.
Yeah, a minute to cast.
Hey guys, did Warforged have immunity to poison back then?
Hmm,
I'm not sure they even existed, so I don't think so.
I don't know.
No, not like back then. You know, before Aberon.
It's not about that payday. We can kill it, I believe, in our power. We definitely have enough damage and shit on the field to just murder this thing. The problem is we can't keep it dead because it's an aboleth, so if it dies, it just goes back to the plane of water, and the people, and we're dealing with the water cult, and we already know they're involved in some way or another. It's either a servant of or a leader of the water cult, so there's going to be someone with the gate spell or planar ally that's just going to summon it again immediately if we do that. It'll literally just help them.
For normal people's term, it is a respawnable boss.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure out a way to soul rip this thing. And yes, it can just AoE everyone make a save, and if you fail, you get dominated.
A good thing is, it's wisdom. I'm pretty good at wisdom saves.
Krat's pretty good at wisdom too, but we have to worry about who fails the save, because if it's one of our marshals, well, it might be okay. You know, we could just drop a control spell and keep you out of the fight while we break the thing's concentration or knock you out and get you out and get
We
you
have
back up.
two marshals. We have like 3 marshals.
Orion fails. Deals 150 damage on a single turn.
Deals 100 damage on one target.
The
then
thing
gets
is,
killed.
Orion's not that dangerous. He has a lot of damage, but he's easy to hit and squishy.
Mm-hmm.
And his
66 HP, 15 AC. Oh yeah.
And his
it's basically if you're
go ahead.
In a player versus player game, against Orion, all it is a contest of who gets initiative first.
Yeah.
Because I will kill you in one turn. You will also probably kill me in one turn.
Yeah.
Depends on the damage output of the other people as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also depends on their AC, so I might not be able to hit them.
Yeah. Also
but I probably will.
The thing is, Orion's mental stats are good intelligence, questionable everything else, bad constitution. So he's
and it's plus 2 constitution.
And it's Astra, so he's got low
wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yeah, basically I could do this to him and he wouldn't be able to look at me.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. There's a question of, like, what's his max HP, because I could drop sleep, and there's all sorts of things. It's... Orion's dangerous from a distance in the first round. And that's the point of it.
Yeah.
That's how he do.
He needs to start 600 feet away.
Yeah, he's more of a rogue than he is any sort of fighter. Even though he has fighter levels.
Multi-classing into it.
Yeah.
You know, at least if you guys TPK, Fortune and Colin are still out there.
Yeah, but fucking
Fortune has been broken beyond repair at that point.
Little heart, shatter it to pieces.
Oh yeah, Sylvia. I wasn't there to save them as they all died.
Yep.
Oh no!
It would have fucking destroyed Fortune.
I could probably polymorph it. Like, but that doesn't solve our issue. We need to find a way to capture it or soul rip it. Turning it to stone could be an option, because basically, even if the statue breaks, it doesn't die until until the petrification is gone. So if we can turn it to stone and then transport it somewhere, that'll work. Does anyone have basilisk eyes that aren't rotten?
No, this is like one of the only campaigns we are on fighting basilisk.
Yeah.
We did.
Oh, we did. We didn't kill it. We didn't take the eyes.
Yeah, we did.
I can't remember what we did with them. I think Fortune took gentle photos and she has them. Which is... yeah.
Shit.
Damn it, Miss Calistat. Little steel mage shit.
Stop being smart, Fortune.
Very smart, not very good foresight. I should
stop being a responsible person.
Yes. That's my shrapnel charges.
Something stupid.
God, her fucking inventory is a mile long. Probably should have left you guys the brazier of fire elemental. Or wait, we weren't going to use that anymore because we were fighting the cult and we didn't want anything bad to happen. Basilisk guys, basilisk guys.
Stubborn and stupid. I like that.
I'm not seeing them in here, but they might be banked or some shit. Let's check our spells. No, Fortune doesn't have Gentle Repose, and I don't see the eyes, so I think I might be thinking of a different character or a different campaign that I had Fortune in.
Okay, someone has these eyes.
Yeah, it might be Snake Witch who did that in the other group.
Oren, do you have the eyes?
No, I do not keep the eyes.
Colin?
I'm
He's not here.
checking right now, but I highly doubt it.
He's
I
also
don't think the group would have,
Gentle Repose.
trusted
Eyes.
Colin with the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a
he
prospect
did
of...
just
What the fuck?
My memory of the event is it included getting the Gentle Repose spell, which I don't have on Fortune, so I assume it never happened in this group.
Yeah, I don't think it did.
Yeah.
I remember. I think I remember you guys like cutting their eyes so that they couldn't be used anymore because
We
you
probably
didn't
did,
want
yeah.
because you knew you were gonna like pass back and forth and that like dwarves were gonna show up.
Yeah, I think we did.
So
that.
you didn't want anyone to like accidentally look at them and turn to stone or anything like that.
Yeah. So, offering contact to God, God's servant, ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity occurring in 7 days. Okay, so we could use divination to contact a being. So that's something.
So, how would you like an Asmo? A Aboleth soul.
And that's what
ask another aboleth.
that was my plan with the Barghest, because the way the Barghests work is they kill things and then they eat them, and when they eat them, they eat the soul too.
Ask another aboleth.
But of course, 5th edition designated humanoid specifically. And I bet cash fucking money it wasn't because Wizards of the Coast wanted only humanoids to be affected. It was just because they wanted to make sure they... like that was a threat to the players in the wording or some shit like that. I don't fucking trust them. Not anymore. I don't know what we're gonna do. God, Sickening Radiance is annoying too. It's an example of like a 5th edition spell that looks really cool, but has one fucking sentence in it that ruins the whole thing. Because it causes level of exhaustion, but it puts right at the end one final sentence at the end. These levels of exhaustion go away when the spell ends. You were so fucking close to making this spell cool.
Wait, but how?
It... lol, fuck you, that's how.
But, what? But, you don't...
So fucking close.
What?
Yep. But that's a whole different thing right now. So we need... Does anyone have anything that can trap a creature indefinitely, soul rip a creature? Does anyone have a Ring of Mind shielding that they know is empty on them right now?
We could... Well, something we could do is, like, we could contact the IAG and ask them to bring one.
The problem is we would have to curse it, which would take probably weeks.
We don't have to curse it. It's just has to be. It doesn't have to have a soul in it.
No, it has to be attuned to the creature.
Yeah, it doesn't suck the soul up of the next creature that dies within 30 feet of it or anything like that. It's the creature that is attuned to it. When it dies, it gets dragged into the ring.
Isn't... Hey, Freaky.
Hmm?
What was that, material that, like, took the soul of whatever it killed or something? Like, the one that devil's weapons are made of or something.
That would convert it to a lemur, so an infernal weapon could work, yeah.
Would
It
an
just says if you
infernal-
die while wearing the wing.
Would an infernal gun enchant the bullets to do so, or would you need infernal bullets?
I assume the gun might, but there's no ranged weapons that do that, so I assume it's not intended to work that way. We'd be better off giving something like that to Salem to use, or to, like, one of Kret's Dread Warriors, or to... I was gonna say Orin,
does the
but
creature-
Orin... So, Beldroth. My god, my brain. I keep forgetting we have a marshal. His name is Beldroth. He's with us always. He just doesn't talk much, because Payday keeps sleeping. Getting sick. So, yeah, we would probably want, like, an Infernal Steel Greatsword or some shit. Yeah.
And does the infernal steel weapon have to deal the finishing blow?
Yes, it does.
Fuck.
Another issue is I don't think the devils would be easily willing to part with it, because those are things used in, like, emergencies for, like, death curse situations, because they're kind of a contestable gray area of the Pact Primeval. It counts as stealing a soul, which they're not allowed to. But they're usually given to, like, servants that are unofficially...
That soul wasn't stolen. It was a loot drop. Don't you know how those things work? It's a percentile chance.
It's something they would give. It's something
Like how a bear pelt drops.
Yes. The way it would work would be either in emergency situations like the Death Curse, it would be used because no one's gonna really... The Angels of Mount Celestia aren't really gonna enforce it if the Blood War is about to end in favor of the demons. And the other one would be servants of devils who are not warlocks or clerics of them. You know, the unofficial ones would be given these things. But the problem is it just sort of makes lemurs, and that's fine and dandy, but like alignment and things like that matter a lot with the quality of a lemur. But that aside, that is a good plan. If we can get ourselves an infernal weapon, we could give it to Beldroth, weaken the fuck out of the thing, and then let him kill it.
So I guess infernal bullets could also do that.
The problem is those would be very, very, very expensive bullets, and you'd probably only have the one. So it would be an incredible waste to give you infernal iron bullets, hellfire bullets. We'd be better off just, giving Beldroth a sword.
Give him a bullet, don't use it, just beat a guy to death with it. That would probably work.
I mean, you
Yeah,
could
I'd have
fix
to-
it onto a hammer, yeah.
No, just beat someone to death with it. He's got a 50 caliber. They're like the size of a banana.
No, they're not. Well, I've had
Get
I've had
get an antimatter rifle.
I've handled 50 caliber rounds. They're not that big or that heavy. You'd be
Get
better
an
off.
antimatter rifle.
Actually, another problem. Does anybody know about infernal steel?
I mean,
No.
we could
Kret probably
have
does.
Kret check, because he does happen to speak Infernal and Abyssal for certain reasons. So we could inquire a check to see if Kret knows about Hellfire Weapons.
So are we talking about Infernals or Hellfire Weapons?
Hellfire
Because I can't
Weapon.
find anything on Infernal Weapons.
It's called a
Oh,
Hellfire
Hellfire.
Weapon. They're made of infernal iron, and that's where the name keeps coming from. They're called Hellfire Weapons.
Weapons fashioned from Inferno Island, traced with flames of hellfire, shot in 1 5 foot radius, and humanoid killed by an attack made this weapon has a
Oh,
terrifying
humanoid, a
flavor.
fucking
Humanoid?
again. Stop.
Furtive
Come
roll
on.
instantly as a Lemure Devil.
That's
Huh.
not how. For fuck's sake,
What?
Wizards of the Coast, stop designating humanoids on this shit. There are other things. They don't just want humanoids. No devil would make this weapon humanoid exclusive. Ever. For
Why
any
is it just
reason.
humanoid? Okay, well, there goes that plan.
We have no plan.
Hey,
We turn
William.
around, we let the NPCs deal with it. It's not fucking worth our effort anymore.
William, you're a cool person, right, William?
Eh.
Oh, okay. Let's see how it is. I'll take back the $5 I Venmo'd you. You
I don't
probably
have
wouldn't
Venmo.
have it.
Wait, do I have Venmo? I should probably check that.
I'd think you know, because it's a cell phone app and a very loud and annoying one at that, that even if you turn notifications off, it still sends you texts.
Ah. Then I don't.
Hmm.
But, it's a good
I
app.
was trying it for a second.
It's a good app, though. It's just that it's obnoxious.
Alrighty then, so. Last session,
Oh, we all remember.
you guys were. Oh, yeah. You guys made it to the Heart Grove. Eventually.
Yeah, we spoke to the tree lady.
Where. Yes. No, do not enable Fog of War. Why would I want to enable Fog of War on this overarching map? Why did that even come up?
I don't know.
Fucking weird. Let's see.
Okay, so what is that question mark again?
Because you didn't know if that was the Heart Grove, I think. I don't know. Let's see. You went from the Frost Giant Village with your new friend, Warrior Tofwar.
Oh, I forgot he was here.
And you eventually found a frozen valley. Going
What
through that
is the
valley,
Frozen Valley?
it's a valley. That's frozen.
Exactly.
Chopping through the forest in the valley, you eventually made it to a glade where there was a very large tree.
Very thick
Sure.
tree, you could say.
Laffy
Fuck
Taffy.
you, freaky.
No, it is a very wide, round tree.
I know what you
Probably
were
got some
thinking.
thick bark. It's in the cold, so the bark is probably rather thick. I
Yeah,
don't know, like an inch. How thick does a tree's bark get?
depends on the tree. Cold weather trees like birches usually have very thin bark.
Ah.
Huh. How come?
I don't know.
You know something interesting? If you carve a ring of the bark off, like 2 inches or something like that, and the tree can't like regrow that bark or like reconnect it, it kills the rest of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh.
So you could carve 2 inches of bark, like in a complete ring around like like a foot off the ground of like a 100-foot tall tree, and it would kill the other 99 feet of the tree.
Yeah.
Fuck. That's fucked.
That's trees.
Serious design flaw.
It's trees, man.
Des really got to patch that bug.
I'm sure they're working on it. It'll take about 2 million years.
Alrighty.
A group of Chewinga then decided to join you in the Heart Grove,
Yeah.
and you all began to head off. When the ice gave way to slime, you all very suddenly realized what was going on, and you immediately started to head back out of the territory. And you contacted Alice, who told you to hang tight for a little bit. And you've been trying to decide what to do.
I guess for now we just wait for Alice and see if we can get any new information, because we're completely stumped right now. I have 3 castings of divination, not 4.
Can we ask them for if they know of any means of trapping a soul?
They probably do. But it'd have to be NPC magic, because Wizards of the Coast has, for some reason, made it ironclad that only humanoids can have their souls stolen by
And if they
player
can
characters.
bring that person here. Wait.
For now, you guys are.
We need a Medusa.
What do you guys want to do for the night? As this is the end of the traveling day.
Alright. Let's go a little while outside of the territory. We don't want to be immediately visible.
You are like 5 or 6 miles out.
Oh, okay. That'll do.
Oh, you're like 10 miles out.
Good.
Alright. So, does Kret know if remove curse or dispel magic will get rid of the enslavement?
What did you roll again?
Oh god, let me scroll up. It was...
I think 22.
Someone rolled a 26, I think.
I rolled a 25 religion at some point in there, and
Yeah.
there's a 61
yeah,
on
Auron
there.
rolled a 25 religion, Mauritius Kret rolled a 16, and Orion rolled a 20. With a 16, I do not believe that you would know.
I remember Kret rolled higher.
You could make a very educated guess that it might. But the But yeah, you can very much easily guess that it might. And Auron, yeah, you would know that dispel magic would end a forced enslavement.
Yep. Well, I've got to prepare some spells just in case of the worst.
So dispel magic does
Just in
do.
worst case scenario. Yes, yes it is. Yes, it does.
Does Orion know that these don't actually die?
Yes, you would know that.
I've already told you.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, killing it won't do anything because it'll just summon it back.
I remember it was Kret that knew that.
We need to find... Is there any way to trap it? I don't know much about souls or anything. Is that a thing that's a possibility?
Yes, most definitely. But it's some very strong magic that, frankly, I don't believe any of us have current access to.
Well, we have reinforcements coming, so... And I think this is a fairly large threat, considering it is potentially the leader of the water cult.
Mm-hmm.
I would doubt it's the leader, as probably won't be here out in the open. But it's very possible.
I would say this is hardly out in the open, and it's in the middle of one of the most miserable places you can go to.
It's easier to reach by boat or by teleportation.
Both of which I believe the water cults has easy access to. And I'm sure is easy to defend against by them.
Don't want to bother preparing banishment.
I already have banishment.
Yeah.
That wouldn't do us any good because that would just send it from whence it came and they'd bring it back.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking as a solution so much as a way to buy time should we be on the edge of a party wipe.
Do I know of any weapons that can trap souls or anything like that?
Black Razor. Which is an artifact. I.e. no. Also, it corrupts the wielder.
Let's see.
Also, no way in hell we're getting it. I love how I look at my spell list and I'm like, I have 2 separate tools that could possibly allow to. Nope, Wizard of the Coast is perfectly ironclad everything to fuck over me in that exact situation and make it perfectly useless. With one sentence. Not even one sentence, with 2 words.
Alright, so everybody, how do you want to do watches for the night?
I'll put up the fucking tiny hut and the fucking alarm spell first of all.
Pretty sure I can stay on all 4 watches.
You technically can, but I don't want to trust just your perception skills.
I was gonna say my passive perception is 11.
Yeah, I have.
I mean, you technically could, but you need to be like completely still for like 6 hours.
Luckily, Kretz Undead can help everyone with watch, so everyone gets with advantage.
So you wouldn't be, So you wouldn't be able to like move around or like look at shit. You'd just be staring dead forward.
But I mean, I've got 11 passive perception ghosts, or 12 passive perception, so. But yeah, we just take turns. I'll go ahead and take first watch.
Some of the dogs will join you. So yeah, go ahead and advantage as well as a +5.
Unnecessary.
Ooh, 27.
Yeah, there's literally this fucking 3-point defense of undead dogs and crit.
Too bad it doesn't beat this. I'm kidding. Too bad it doesn't beat the 47 stealth check.
Blind sight.
God, could you even get a 47?
Not without like 3 separate people buffing you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the Bless spell, a D12 Bardic Inspiration.
Bless, guidance, Bardic Inspiration,
you would need
Pass Without Trace, Expertise, Max Level.
Yeah. Let's see. So
Blessing
20.
of the
That would be
Trickster.
So that would be 5, and then plus 12 from Expertise at max level, plus 10 from the Pass Without Trace. Yeah, it would be actually
already.
very easy to do it.
42 already.
plus a D4 plus a D12. Let's say 16 from that.
Yeah, but what does that even look like? Is that like... Does the fucking DM lose sight of you and you get to just break the rules?
It's like that dumbass thing that movies do where like a single person walks in front of you and you just disappear from all of existence. Like you could be in an empty field and one person walks in front of you, it's like lightly obscuring you. Be on your guard, stand users can be anyone. Jojo. I wish they would do like a fake out with that, where it's like, oh yeah, we found the stand user. Wait, what? What's the stand?
They did do that. It wasn't with like the guy who looks like a stand user deal, but it was the stand user was just a normal old man.
The captain?
I think so.
Yeah, the ship captain. And then the little girl who they thought was the stand user. Let's see.
Fog machine full of holy water. It's a good move.
One, two, three, four, five. Alrighty then. The next. Oh yeah, who's doing next? After Merencius, who's going? The monkey was the stand.
That was another one, yeah.
Strength, yeah. Just a random orangutan.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, who's doing next watch? Yes, you get advantage +5.
I'll take it.
Nat 1.
I was muted. I was saying I can take the. I can take third watch.
Don't you have minus wisdom?
No, I have +0 wisdom and expertise and perception.
So 25. Good thing even it was advantage because that was a nat 1.
That assumption of just, don't you have negative in wisdom?
Yeah, it's Astra.
Yeah. We could just lie to you as much as we want, you'd never know. Man, I don't know who this Ditto guy is, but he's really good at just forgetting his computer open with the game.
Yeah.
Like, does he literally just end
Alright, so
turn
Orion,
around?
you're next.
Ready? I'm gonna roll so badly.
You have advantage.
Never mind.
You have advantage.
7, not bad. I mean, that doesn't help if the dice decide to fuck you.
Yeah.
+5.
William,
Yes.
what's with the sudden change of token?
Don't worry about it.
Are you planning something?
Don't worry about it.
I mean, I already told you what I was planning.
Okay. Yeah.
Fucking Aboleth here. Anywho,
I'm
who's taking
saying-
fourth watch?
Are we going to encounter it?
Me.
Not
no.
now.
Who knows? Who knows? Oh no!
Of course I rolled.
So,
Of course I'm the one who rolled shit.
I mean, you rolled a
Well, you also have
10
the
and an
worst-
8.
Bro, I'm
You have the worst
I'm in the
wisdom out of
edge
all
here.
of us. You have the worst perception out of all of us.
That's not true.
You guys
Ghost,
rolled
what was-
50 plus.
That's not true. The skeletons have the worst of all of us. Come on.
You know for what they've got.
how's
Fucking
that?
edge with. Oh,
How does that feel, Gus? You're just barely adequate compared to a skeleton.
Whoa.
Oh, payday.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
I like how
Uh.
he fakes a disconnect.
No, I exited out of roll 20, and then you guys all went silent, and I was just like, did I disconnect? Like, for real?
No.
Mm-mm. We didn't even notice.
Yeah. I just thought you stopped talking, and then everyone went really quiet for some reason.
We're all waiting for him to say the next thing. Or, like, say the line, just.
Do the roar.
I noticed Payday, don't worry.
Do the thing.
Do the roar.
Ghost, do the thing.
Alright, so you get a 16 in perception. Alright, so nothing seems to happen.
Yeah.
You will be told that the next day's weather, the day that you are waking up to. Give me a second. O2 weather, there it is. D20 light snow. Just a very nice, light, casual snow. It will rain dicks. I mean, I guess it could technically. It wouldn't really rain dicks, but it would be more like dildos, because icicles, just raining icicles.
Who here has played Gears of War 2?
No.
I have.
Yeah, remember Razor Hail?
Yeah, that's where I got Razor Snow from.
Yeah. Good old Gears of War, and then there's the crew.
Anywho, so the next morning, Aaron, you get a message from Lady Alice.
Ah.
It will say,
Oh boy.
remain there for 2 weeks. We will have we will have your reinforcements there with what we hope to be a solution.
2 weeks. Oh, 2 weeks. Oh, okay, that's a lot longer than I expected.
Okay.
But alright, Lady Alcé.
That's...
We have that much food?
Alright.
We do,
So,
but that's...
Do we have that much time?
I don't know. And I'm... The IAG is pathetic if that's their reaction time to this. Guys, let's just go against the IAG and just fuck around, do whatever we want. They'll never be fast enough to catch us. Let's just become evil overlords. We'll conquer an entire nation before they can even get a small force together to deal with the first thing we do.
I mean, it does take a long time to get here. Plus, with dealing with an aboleth.
I thought they'd teleport people
I have
in
a solution.
honesty.
I don't believe they do
Yeah,
I
they
think
have
the
a magic
leader of the
circle
fucking
to
water
heal.
cult would fucking...
It's mostly the dealing with the aboleth, yeah.
I don't think they have a magic circle to heal.
Let
They
me
don't
actually
need one,
roll
there's
something.
The teleport spell and the gate spell, and they have several fucking 9th level spellcasters.
Oh, I've got a vial of work juice from a long time
Yeah,
ago.
it's probably spoiled by
Does
now.
cocaine go bad?
Not cocaine, but there's other stuff in there that might go bad.
Yeah, the coffee.
Yeah. It's from months ago, you said? or
Coffee with
weeks?
cocaine in it.
Is it from...
Oh god, yeah, it's from before the time skip.
Ooh, yeah, that's gone bad. If it was weeks ago, probably not, but months, yeah. Oh, yeah.
1 week. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just rolled something.
Slightly better.
Back holding. Cold weather gear crap. Fuck! There's nothing here that it can help.
If you're high, do you care? It's more the liver failure you should be worried about.
Hmm.
I'm in excruciating pain, but I don't care.
Oh yeah, you won't care until you vomit blood and don't get back up after you fall over.
So, should we? Is there even any guarantee that it'll stay here?
No.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Do I know
Um.
how far the telepathy or range of illusions or slimes does an aboleth get?
A few miles.
100 miles.
Well, the problem is the range of the slimes is a few miles, and with the lines here, it's probably also very far away from where we even are. So our best bet is I guess, to check if the water that we drink or collected is still bad if we come into contact, if we come within the range of the slime. That's our best bet of knowing if it's still around, at least.
Well, the snow around here is not all slimy.
Yeah, and it's probably our only point of knowledge of how far it has gone.
Hello?
Hello. It got very quiet.
Yeah.
I did say my stuff, so just
Yeah.
waiting.
We don't have an answer.
Alrighty then.
I mean, they want us to wait a week. So...
Okay, so we need to make sure. We need to find a way to make sure that this fucker stays where it is. Problem is, we don't know how to do that.
We have no way of doing that.
Ghost, you good? Or did you just disconnect? I guess I'm gonna guess that's a no.
Yeah.
He's not missing anything, so... Okay.
I can hear you guys clear. Well, not clearly, but I could piece it out.
You're not missing anything yet. We have to wait a week.
Or was it 2 weeks?
It's one.
Oh, 1 week.
The problem is it already knows we're here. It saw us. So...
Fuck.
Well, we better get promoted for this. Like two tiers.
God, 4th level spells is not enough to
God.
deal with this. Then again, I don't think 5th level would be either.
Yeah, we fought the TOA Aboleth, and we had at least 2 4th level spells if you're a max level wizard. No, yeah, if you go full on wizard.
Well,
That was at the weekend one.
the TOA Aboleth, we had the luxury of the death curse eating its soul.
Yeah.
And we were high level, and also very much
That's what I'm
stronger
saying.
build.
Well, here's the thing, guys. We can definitely win the fight, but we have to worry about the after effects. That's what we're dealing with right now. We can win the fight easily.
What are they going to do? Come back and then what? Make the Vogan artifact again for a year or 2?
That's less the issue and more about us being hunted by a fucking aboleth.
Yeah.
Because when you know the aboleth is
One
there...
place it in water.
Okay, would you like to avoid all water and shorelines forever?
Okay.
You're very paranoid,
we should
freak.
go on
It's-
scouting. We should go on scouting runs every now and then just to make sure it's still around
Like, this
and
is...
check it.
Yeah, this is the, like, never let a night hag escape situation. Because if you do, it's gonna pick you off slowly and painfully one by one for over, like, weeks.
Yeah. Problem is, we have no way of making sure this guy doesn't escape. Because... Okay,
There's also...
yeah.
It's... The weather and stuff's getting worse from the artifact.
Hey, Mr. Kret,
Yes.
could you send your Raven to check it,
She's a
check
crow.
on it, and see whether or not...
She's a crow.
Sorry?
She's a
Oh,
crow.
my apologies.
And, 10 miles is a bit longer than I'd like her flying in the snow.
Fair enough.
Today is a light snow. Tomorrow will be fair, like regular weather.
It's still freezing, and Lady's a crow.
Yeah.
She'd freeze
Oh
to
yeah,
death
it's
pretty
definitely
fucking
still
fast.
very cold.
Yeah, she'd freeze to death pretty fucking fast.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
probably.
would Orion have made that mistake? Does he know? I'm pretty sure he'd be able to tell the difference.
He probably would, yeah.
Different
And I mean,
size.
he's
Astrodome
probably
knows.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he, to be fair, he's also probably said, like, "This is my crow" at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah. Astro couldn't remember, but Orion probably would. So he didn't. He said crow, not raven. Just
Anywho,
we can...
anywho.
If anything, we could use augury, so... We could always just cast it and ask if we were to go and check right now, would we find the aboleth?
Yeah, it would be a very simple question,
Interesting.
not too cryptic.
Well, it'll just give you a wheel or a woe.
Yes, but that is a lot easier to decipher.
Well, Ghost, you haven't even given him a chance. You've been in one environment that is stifling. This environment's been very stifling for Mr. Kret, too, because... Yeah, all I've really been able to do is... talk like Mr. Kret, but I've not been able to do any of the Mr. Kretisms. I should have like 10,000 gold already.
So wait, so did they already say to stay here or just to wait?
Well, I think they want us to stay here because they're gonna meet us here.
probably yes.
But yeah,
You could ask.
it's not that Salem's getting boring, it's that this is a bad place for Salem, and we've been here for over a real life month.
Yeah.
I
Like,
think they would say
Fortune was
Go
crushingly
on.
boring in the dungeon.
get your character accidentally killed.
Alright, so, yeah, I don't know what's.
Yeah, just give him a bit.
Hmm.
You gotta persist. Sadly, it's not for
Okay, so-
sessions, it's for arcs you have to persist.
Did she say wait here or just wait here or just wait in general and we can just go?
Well, the problem is it'll take us more than a week here and back from Eisdorf.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yes. Yes, one so.
Do you think it would be a good idea to at least get closer to the water so the OG members know where we are and get closer to possibly what the aboleth is?
We don't really want it watching us that closely. We'd rather any possibility that it could think we just ran off be taken.
Alright then. So where should we settle camp for until the others come?
I don't know, find a rock face or a cave we can dig into.
Well, alright then. Time to get exploring, I guess?
I'm not looking forward to it.
F is just watching all of you, like, he watched you guys, like, absolutely destroy that salamander, and now you're all being this cautious, so he's kind of freaking out a little bit.
He should be.
He's like, what the hell is this thing that you guys, of all people, are, like, this worried?
Fucking terrifying, that's what it is.
A very, very
please.
ancient creature from beyond the far realm that has the collective memories and psionic capability of every single one of its ancestors.
Cut, please. You're scaring the guy.
Maybe he should be
Listen.
scared.
He's already scared even without us telling that.
S1SO, this is Roll20, and that's asking random Twitch streamers to join their D&D game is probably not the best way to get into a D&D game. I'd recommend Discord groups. Here, I'll link you a couple. Continue.
He's already scared even without knowing what an aboleth is, or if there's one here. So it's better to just focus on keeping him safe first, rather than scaring him.
I mean, there's no reason you can't tell me what it is and keep me safe, because if I don't know what it is, then that makes it a lot harder, doesn't it?
That's what I was trying to tell you, because that's why I was trying to tell you.
That's
Stay away from
utterly
the ooze.
terrifying,
Don't let it.
but
Stay away from it.
okay, yeah, I'll do that.
And all of your dogs too.
Whatever you do, do not touch the ooze.
I'm going to go into this room. I'm going to close the door, and no matter what you may hear, do not open the door!
I know it sounds obvious, but still needs to be said. That ooze, if touched, is extremely dangerous.
It can enslave you.
Can I, with very carefulness, try and see how long the ooze has been here?
What do you mean?
Orion, do not touch the ooze. Or
I say with very carefulness.
To touch the ooze.
What do you mean by see how long it's been here?
Trying to figure out how long it's been here. Because it may have just
how much it's seeped into the snow or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know how ooze walk in the snow. I don't know how snow ooze work.
It seems to mostly just be some kind of... how do I put this? It mostly just seems to be sitting on top of the ooze.
It's like
or on top of the snow, rather. Like someone hawked a loogie into a snowbank.
And no snow's covering it?
No.
So it's still a lot fresh. I think. Maybe.
You would notice that the snow doesn't seem to stick to the mucus.
We could also try and figure it out by how much the snow is piled around it or piled on top of it.
You probably could, yeah.
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out if it's covered in a lot of snow or not to see how long it has been here.
You are, as I will remind you, about 10 miles away from the ooze, so you would have to get a lot closer.
So,
In the name of figuring out, that's not a good decision.
okay.
Mm.
Here's the thing. We have no way of forcing it to stay or go. So it doesn't matter if we check or not. We have no information, and we're going to spend the whole session trying to glean information. So, the most we can possibly do is a divination asking, like, if we take no action for 1 week, will the aboleth still be there? We could do that with divination. And that's our best bet. But that information is technically useless, because there's nothing we could do to prevent it either way, and we'd still want to go in with those forces and raid the base, if possible. So, yeah, that's the situation we're in. There's not much we can do. If these reinforcements do not have a way to soul trap, it is... we go in there and kill everything and hope that works, but it very likely will not.
Oren, could you... you have means of contacting... What's-her-face, right? What's-her-face is replaced by her name. I don't remember her name.
I would say
Lady
yes.
Alice. You have a means of contacting Lady Alice, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Could you... Is soul trapping a possibility? Would that stop it?
I could try to ask, I guess.
And could they bring something to do so?
Let me try and see. Bringing up the sending stone, dialing up a number, and
Beep boop boop beep. Bring bring
Mhm.
bring bring.
New phone, who dis?
Fuck you.
Yeah. So what do you want? What message do you want to send her?
so, Lady Alice, I would like to ask, is there a way to trap the apple of soul that we can do? Just so if we have to kill it, it cannot come back by the water god summoning it again.
We have a plan for something similar to that, which we believe would be better than simply trapping it.
And what would that be?
This is another sending spell.
Yes, it's a sending stone. I believe it's kind of infinite.
Oh, it's the Acquisitions Incorporated one.
I thought it was once per day.
Is it the PHB one, or is it the Acquisitions Incorporated one?
I just got a sending stone. I was not specified.
Then we need to ask William, because one of them casts sending once per dawn, and the other one just lets you talk between the stones.
I didn't know there was a difference.
There is. The Acquisitions Incorporated one is, there's two stones, they communicate with each other constantly. Nothing gets in the way of that. Then there's the actual, PHB one, which is, once per dawn, you may cast the sending spell.
What is the Acquisitions Incorporated one called?
Sending stones.
Wow, they really didn't differentiate it, huh?
At all. It's not even, told that it doesn't even have an item listing. It's literally part of the Secretarian subclass thing, where it's like you get an acquisition grade sending stone that lets you communicate with other sending stones. Please roll on the sending stone quirk table. It's a flip stone.
Excuse me. Yeah, the way I've been doing sending stones, it has just been back and forth.
So it's the acquisitions incorporated one.
Yeah.
Alright then.
Oh, that's so handy.
Yeah, it's very handy dandy.
Yeah.
Let us not use
I was
this
under
once
the
for
impression-
now because I believe we've been talking back and forth for ever since I got this.
I've been using it as the once per dawn thing.
But good for you, because I didn't know this was
Well, you're
once per dawn.
old, and you don't know how to use technology.
But yeah,
Fuck you.
that's sending
You're
stone.
older than me.
Only by a couple hundred years.
You ancient,
What?
ancient,
What?
you ancient little shit.
I was born in 94. I don't know what you're talking about.
You whippersnappers, I was born in 4022 BC.
Oh.
Been here for a
Let's
long
see.
fucking
Fascinating.
We'll say, well, we are getting a spike. That, should it work properly, will instead of simply killing it or trapping it, scatter its consciousness across the infinity of the far realms, where it would never be able to put itself back together.
I'm sorry, but I was not informed that something such as that was in possession of the IEG.
Also completely
It's
is this?
not.
unnecessary.
It's not?
Not yet.
Okay.
So that's why they're
Okay.
taking a while.
I mean, they could cast it into the astral plane, let the psychic winds do the exact same thing. Or cast it into the
Okay.
deep ethereal plane and let, like, a consciousness eater rip out its fucking mind. Or cast Feeble Mind on it, so that it's just not a threat anymore. Or get a 9th level spellcaster cast in prison.
Right, I'll
Contact a
say, hey,
lich.
Cole, into his sending stone. Hey, Colin, we're about to fight an aboleth. You want to come?
Sorry, man. My wife said no.
Oh my god, it's like two bros. Like, hey, we're gonna do some stupid shit. You want to come?
Get
Sorry,
in,
my wife won't let me out of the house.
Get in, loser. We're gonna piss off an immortal fish monster.
She will. It's a 20-minute in and out, 20-minute adventure. You won't even notice you're gone.
Anyways, so
Unless
does
you
anybody
die.
want to do anything during the week?
Well, we could use divination. I'll go ahead and use divination to ask, like, you know, if we take no action, will the aboleth still be there in 7 days?
Let's see.
So let me go. Yeah, it's already posted. So that's one of my divination materials. I have 2 left.
Yeah. You would get a something that's along the lines of the one of many minds wishes to greet its guests.
It should still be there in a week, or it'll come for us. Although there is the more difficult thing, it knows we're here, for sure. And it's waiting for us, so that means it's already set a trap.
Righty then. So, go ahead and knock off the requisite foods. As, let's see. He's kind of bored. But he's otherwise fine. He's just wondering why did we run? Why are we sitting here like jackasses? I don't think anyone explained. Oh my god, what if the giant gets taken over by the aboleth?
I mean, Kret will explain to him if he asks.
Yeah, he's probably. Why are we standing here? Why are we simply waiting? Why did we run?
Because if we just ran in there and you accidentally stepped in the slime or looked at it, it would enslave you. Or any of us. We need to be careful. How effective are you at resisting mind control?
What kind of question is that?
It's a question that if he can't answer, it means not very good. It's a question that answers
Let me
itself.
look.
Does mind control have a range?
Also,
He says, I've never had to defend against it before.
that means not very good. Sadly, it is a learned skill. So for now, waiting for backup. We need more tools, we need more information. Sadly, we're also getting more people, which probably isn't necessary, but that comes with it. I'm sure that our group, yourself included, is more than capable of killing it, but it's an aboleth. It'll just reconstitute on the plane of water and then return to screw us over. Probably wouldn't even take a week. So we need to find a way to rip out its soul.
It will not. He'll just kind of nod.
F being incredibly uncomfortable hearing this.
Yeah, F has no clue what's going on. He's just a random scout. He's a CR1 half guy with a bunch of dogs, fucking hauling around what to him are demigods.
Yeah.
Any one of you could probably kill him with just your bare hands.
Probably.
Maybe not Orion.
Kret would have to do it 1 damage at a time.
So would Orion.
You have a negative in strength. You don't deal damage.
No,
Right,
it's
yeah.
a minimum of one.
Holy
Oh,
shit! I
Me-
fucking hit.
Me and
Oh my god.
me
I have a +4.
and Fortune
I
could
put
go
it-
into a slapping contest forever. We would never stop, and neither of us would die.
It's a
too.
minimum of 1 damage.
I can do that too. Here, I'll even cast it at 2nd level for you. There you go.
Wait.
Wow, that is
What
a
was-
terrible. Oh my god.
Yeah, it is.
You did 1 less damage, though, which is weird.
Yeah. Although I can also do this.
Oh, that second one's a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes. Everybody, you wait the week. Let's see. The first so the first day is light snow. The second day is heavy, or the second day is fair weather. The third day is heavy snow. Fourth day is light snow. So is the fifth day.
So there is
Sixth day. I'm sorry.
there is something Kret can do for the party. Over those 7 days, he does have conjure minor elementals. He could just start summoning water elementals and try and see if we can get any information on this aboleth and the water cult. If you guys would like to do that.
Probably more like water weirds and methods, but
Yeah. That'd be something.
you don't have high. You don't have elemental. You just have minor elemental.
Well, I can do CR2, so...
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not elementals, but like minor elementals.
Yeah.
It's an elemental is CR5.
There's still things that live in the plane of elemental water that might have information.
Oh yeah.
That's the point. So we could do that. Form a few summonings. See if we can get some information.
How long does it last?
Conjure Minor and Elementals last up to an hour each casting. So basically it would be once or twice a day, just summoning elementals.
Get as
and
far
questioning
in as
them.
possible. Like head. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're just questioning them.
Oh, I thought you were gonna send them to the base to like scout.
Oh, we don't have to worry about... Oh. I mean... I could, but... It'd be... No. I mean, we could summon a Balgura and do that shit, but... Because they make excellent scouts, supposedly, but... That might be a bit more risky. But no, we wouldn't be doing that. I'd want to summon an invisible stalker instead, but that would require major elementals.
Bargra. Fucking love Bargras. It's just a red and blue monkey. That's it. That's all it is.
It's just a very murderous ape monster.
It's monk.
Monkey.
Reject elementals. Return to monk. Anywho. So yeah, if you summon them, what do you want to talk to them about?
I mean, it'd be along the lines of, I'm trying to not roleplay this out, because we're probably going to summon like 20 elementals doing this.
Yeah. So what do you want to ask them about? They're most likely not going to have any like information on the base, just offhand.
Yeah, it's more, what do you know about the water cult? What do you know about the leader of the water cult on this material plane? And what do you know of the aboleth serving the water cult?
Question, where's Smolders been?
You what?
What?
Smolders.
Where's Smolder?
What?
The fire cat.
Yeah, he's asking where Smolder is.
Okay. Yeah, he basically just been chilling in the campfire. Like whenever you guys leave for a day.
He's been here with us? I thought he was...
Think of it like this. When he when you guys start to move, he disappears. But like at night when you have like a campfire, he reappears.
You see, I didn't know that, and I really wish you'd told us that.
Sorry.
Well, good thing I remembered.
Because I thought he was just hanging out in Fortune's Jar this whole time.
He was. You are correct. He was doing that.
What, in the jar
I
or the
completely
campfire?
forgot. He's in the jar.
God damn it.
But
Fortune, let the cat out of the jar.
But he actually will appear like about halfway through the week.
Kret's like questioning a fucking mud method.
Oh, there. What are you doing, Smolder?
Smolder's just like licking his paw. Just slightly ignoring you. You do notice he's like slightly smaller, but that might just be because of the cold.
So sounds responsive and weird as always.
He is a cat.
And what all do you know of this Smolder? Appears to be a fire elemental of some sort.
It's a fire cat that we met in the Underdark.
You speak Primordial, right?
Yeah. He's been speaking Primordial this whole time. Not right now, but to the elementals and shit this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Kret has very many useful
like, "Sup?"
languages.
The cat's like, "Sup, bitch?"
He's a fire elemental cat that we've met in the Underdark.
The
For some
cat.
reason,
Well, like as you start to talk, Kret, it'll like stop licking itself, and you see as it just kind of twitches, turns to you in an almost like twitchy, way, and it'll do like that very bouncy prance that cats do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like when they're walking, and it like a particularly high energy, just
Yeah.
that little walking prance,
I know the walk. Yeah.
like where they're bouncing on each step.
Yeah, I know it. I know it well. I have 2 cats. One of them is snuggled up against my leg right now.
I found this GIF. It's amazing. I love it. You can't.
Damn. Stuck your face in the box. Shouldn't have done that.
So you have chosen death. Anywho. So it will walk up to you a bit, and you'll see as it will, like, incline its head in your direction, and it'll say, Maris Kret.
Oh,
Virus.
hello.
Good day, Enignan.
I've heard about you, yes.
Have you now? You're not the Orcus cult, are you?
No.
Good.
I remember sitting in on a meeting of a few of the Ifriti. They were talking about it.
If this is about
They were
that
quite
severe
happy
gas
hearing you
incident,
piss them. Oh no. They were quite pleased about hearing how you dealt with the Orcus cult. They've had a few troubles with them in the recently, but other than that,
I've mostly been stealing
I'm
from
quite
them.
yes, and made them rather upset with you, which a few of my colleagues quite enjoyed.
And what importance is this to you?
Oh no. To me, no importance, really. I just think it's rather interesting. Or entertaining, rather. What? I have... He, like, the cat is, like, looking around. So, you're about to meet Bozarak.
I take it that's the name of the aboleth.
The cat will, like, start to scritch behind its ears, like, with its back paw. Like, he's quite the egomaniacal one. Tried to charm me once. I didn't quite care for that.
Yes, we're attempting to avoid that fate ourselves.
How about a deal?
Would you like to make a deal?
His my fucking god, words.
Take your time.
He goes from, like, the
Shake
sort
the
of,
paw.
like, somewhat confused, softer expression to a much colder, sharper one, just... What sort of deal?
Here we go.
I can give you the
Orion's
ability.
looking between. Sorry.
I can give you, let's just say, the ability to burn nearly anything. But fire is not constrained. You would feel it as well. There would need to be a place to house this fire. And that would be yourself.
Not much of a user of fire. Perhaps 2 spells that utilize it.
Oh, spell, no. Nothing so pedantic. A blessing, you might say.
What exactly are the circumstances of this blessing?
Oh, you simply hold the fire within you until you can no longer do so. It will eventually return to me, one way or another. You might find it hard to keep a track of things, however. Basically, what he's saying is,
Horrible burning pain in exchange for fire powers.
yes, basically what it is you could burn away like a soul a day. Like you could burn a soul every single day, like one soul one day. You could do it to basically anything that isn't immune to fire. So like an aboleth, a vampire, basically anything.
Yeah.
But you would have disadvantage on concentration checks.
Yeah. Sounds similar to the Flames of Philagathos kind of deal. Except that can burn things that are immune to fire. You can burn a fire elemental in the Flames of Philagathos. That's the fuck nature of it. It's a gift of Farina.
Oh, yeah. What do you say?
I'd say I'm not the best person to hold such a power, as my ability to concentrate is somewhat of too grand importance.
That is the nature of deals, is it not? Someone who, for someone who has no such conniptions, it's not much of a deal. It's more of a steal. I offered it to you because it was so important.
That implies that this
Or
is a game
perhaps. A game? No, I wouldn't say a game.
Then you have ulterior
Ush.
motives.
Let's simply say it is interesting to me to see whether or not you would have accepted. It's quite a power, quite a powerful power as well. To burn even that which does not burn everything.
The one
What a
crushing-
man is willing to give, what a man is willing to give up is a measure of his soul.
Then that is something I cannot give. Regardless of how things go today, or even this week, I have to consider the next 1,000, 2,000 years at least. That is an acceptable
Oh,
outcome.
quite the ambitious one, aren't you?
You could say that.
How about a temporary? Or something else to burn? After all, what is burned is fuel. Makes the fire stronger. I am quite interested. I am quite interested in burning that disgusting catfish.
Ha!
So you say this flame consumes the wielder's soul over time?
Yes.
What sort of time frame? Years, weeks, hours?
Oh, it would entirely depend on the person. For you, and it depends on whether or not other souls are burned. The more powerful souls that you burn, the longer you can go. The more fuel there is. An aboleth would hold for quite a while. A few months, maybe a year. It would only start to burn your soul if you do not give it fuel. Fire must eat. It knows nothing else.
This is easily
This is-
the worst
this is really cool.
possible blessing someone of my particular interests could ever accept. So I will
Give
have
it to me.
So I will have to decline.
That's a good choice.
How about that is quite interesting. Quite the astute. How about this? I shall give you a fragment of the fire. But you, and he'll like look at the entire group, must do a job for me.
What sort of job?
It's already taking out his notebook. If we have to do this, we have to do this. I'm just gonna write this down.
Let's see. Let's see. I have someone I particularly care for. They are a druid. One who burns the woods to make way for the new. I have not heard from them in quite a while. I would like you to find them.
A wildfire druid?
I like how I'm like, I have my hands resting on an imaginary cane every time I fucking roleplay crit. It's very important.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
You do have a cat that you could be talking to
Just,
right now.
I instantly fucking take on his mannerisms.
Also, Mr. Orion is looking between Mr. Kret, Boren, and the cat, thinking, what the fuck?
Oh, he
Just the
knows
cat,
what it is.
just this tiny on fire cat, like speaking in this deep human voice. Like you hear like the pops and crackles from like shit coming off its body. But
What are the circumstances
Like,
of
is it?
fragment?
This is all in Primordial, right?
Yeah,
oh yeah,
Ignan specifically.
I'm pretty sure only me, Kret, and I believe that's it can even talk in this.
Yeah. Orion whispers to Salim, "Do you understand a word they're saying?"
I'm sorry, but no.
Neither do I. Like he leans over to whisper, leans back to it, and goes back. Look, continues staring between them.
What are the circumstances
Just,
of this
just call him
fragment?
his cat.
well the circumstances is that let's see,
Smolder.
time to
This-
decide the next plot hook.
Smolder. The Deus Ex Machina of Archon.
Yeah, the problem is Brett immediately distrusts this cat because it specifically wants to give the worst possible quote-unquote blessing Kret could ever accept exclusively to Kret. Meaning he's officially saying, not only is this thing wanting to hurt me, it's not a lawful creature, so it could do it and get away with it. So,
Yeah, it's fire and it's a cat.
fire's a
It wants to
neutral
burn and
force.
knock shit off the shelves.
You know? But yeah, it was. I mean, the thing
But
is, this
yeah,
is not something
let's
Kret would
see.
make a deal with at all. Like,
Oh,
he would
yeah.
sooner make one
Mm.
with a devil.
Oh yeah. Well, there is the let's see. The young woman was last that she and I spoke was at the western let's see, the western side of Gisny.
Jeez, a what?
Gisny.
Jeez, knees.
What is that?
Yeah.
I have never heard of this place.
You
Nor do I
guys
remember.
It's probably one of the little
Is it
islands.
up here? It's down here.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
jeez. It is the opposite side
Also, isn't that
of
like
the world.
isn't that like China? Of
Let's
this
see. It's where it's where monks and shit are from.
thing. Yeah. I was just going by the name.
So it is
I'm
China.
like, I'm looking at the spelling. I'm like, that's a Mandarin spelling.
So it is China.
Let's see. Oh, shit. I forgot. Yeah, it's, let's see. Many of the martial arts in the world come from Disney, and it is the home, and most of the population are Genasi and Dragonborn.
Dragonborn samurai. Well, wouldn't be samurai from a China-esque place.
His name is Jack.
His name is Jack. It wouldn't be samurai if
He's
it's
the
from a
top.
China-esque place. I don't know why my brain jumped to that, because it wanted there to be Dragonborn samurai so fucking bad.
Sounds like it. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be rather interesting.
But,
That is the other side of this world.
to put this bluntly, I find the fact that you would specifically want to offer exclusively to me a blessing that could possibly burn away from my soul, damaging it and putting into question any immortality I could ever receive, suspicious. So I will have to decline this agreement. If one of the others would like to, that is their prerogative, but I cannot risk my future in that way.
Well, we already have sort of a way we could deal with the aboleth.
The problem is, it's something that we are unsure of.
It's better than slowly having your soul burn away.
If anything, I'd call this a curse and give it to the aboleth. Problem is, we don't know how long it would last.
Powerful souls burn for longer. It would probably take a month, maybe two, as long as you didn't feed the flames. Feeding the flames, however, I have no doubt that Bozarak would have no conniptions as to feeding it, whether from his own servants or finding other people to do so.
Or effectively hunt down and capture a dozen trained basilisks and turn it to stone. It'd be less dangerous and more cost-effective than that deal.
As I said, I could also give you but a fragment, enough for a single soul.
The problem is the damage that fragment would do.
It will, kind of nod its head. You are quite the shrewd one.
I seek immortality. As a result, one of the first things I did was identify any possible long-term damage my quest for it could do. Soul damage was about number 3 on that list.
It's another mortal searching for immortality.
Cruelty of mortality.
Aghast, perhaps. A bone claw, maybe. Or will you turn yourself into a construct? I'm quite interested in seeing how this goes.
I'm considering white or lich. I could technically have both. Start with white, move on to lich later.
Yes. Liches are somewhat where I got the idea for the flames from, burning away the soul unless it is fed. Quite similar to the phylactery.
Yes, except it damages both the phylactery itself and other things.
As long as it is fed, there is no damage.
I could more effectively make a pact with the devil. Be less damaging.
Most likely, yes.
The difficulty would be establishing a less damaging pact.
So you are open to a deal. We are simply talking of price.
Right. So, what sort of price or what sort of deal did you have in mind? Doing a bit of work for you is not a problem. It's the nature of the blessing itself. The incentive is not very incentivizing. It's like
Well, I
offering
don't
me
have
a-
to give you the. I'm sorry.
It's like offering me a bag of 1,000 coins that will eat 10 of those coins every day. And keep eating my coins after the 1,000 are gone.
Unless you keep putting more and more coins into it, but I get what I do get the.
The problem is it also puts holes in my bag.
Arn is visibly concerned as the conversation goes on.
It's not Kret's first time dealing like this. This man has probably stolen a soul before and sold it to a devil for something.
He's saying that in
may
come.
not have a long-standing deal with an Arcana Loft. Don't worry about it.
As the only other person who can understand this conversation, he's visibly concerned. Very, very concerned.
You don't dodge
Anyways.
the Orcus and Vecna cults and not get your hands a little dirty.
It will say, "How about this? I will put a fragment in a jar. A jar. You do not have to actually hold it, or you do not have to. It does not burn you, perhaps, but I will bless the fragment. In 100 days, if the it will act the same way as the other, able to consume a soul every day. It will last 100 days, and if at the end of that 100 days, it will consume." The only way, and to stop this, I would require me to actively stop it. And should my friend be rescued, or should my compatriot be rescued within that 100 days, I would be more than welcome to stop the consumption. It got very quiet. Can you
I
guys hear me?
know, I'm considering...
I can hear it. I'm just waiting for the freaks.
I don't think Kret would agree to this. If a devil had offered that, he would, but... Or even, like, something from Mechanus or Celestia, anything of a lawful thing, but... He can just go back on the deal if he wants. Let's literally take this ticking time bomb and trust that I'd actually come and take it away. Instead of just making you do the job for me, then fucking off. And he's already shown chaotic tendencies. Meaning that he would be incentivized to do that very thing for his amusement. I cannot accept this. It appears we will have to find our own way.
It will simply shrug. Very well. And it will go back to the fire and curl up and become indistinguishable.
Was I the only one who heard that extremely loud noise?
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
I heard.
The cat shrugs. Yeah, the cat shrugs.
I didn't hear any loud noises.
Cats can shrug. It's a very weird action to see a cat do, but they have the anatomy for it. They have shoulders. They can tilt their head.
Wait.
They don't have
Comical,
collarbones,
did you-
though.
No,
Comical,
but,
did you hear it?
like, it would look weird. It almost looks like they're arching their shoulders, but something that could be seen as a shrug could be done by a cat.
Yeah. Oh no, that was just an addition. Like I just think it's interesting that that cats don't have shoulder blades.
Yeah. But yeah, that deal's too smelly. There's too much I really want to see you get burned happening there. So it's like, oh yes, you do a task for me, which will be payment for me, and I'll give you this thing that'll burn you. That I've already proven that I want to see burn you. Yeah, no. No.
I don't know if it desperately wants to burn you or anything. It hasn't burned any of the rest of the party.
It's not about that. It's literally the only thing he was willing to offer was something that would burn me. That I got the information that he wanted to see how I handle it and see how bad I do get burned for his own amusement.
It wasn't the only thing he was going to offer you. Just the first thing he offered you.
Yeah. I mean, that's how Kretz survived the shit he's been doing, being incredibly shrewd and letting deals go. You know,
Yeah.
he's not under
Alright,
any
fair
permanent
enough.
pacts yet. Granted, if he dies, he might get dragged to the Hells, but that's, there may or may not be a couple of people waiting on the sticks for him, but he hasn't lost
Would
anything
stand
yet.
on a stick for a person, honestly.
Yeah, on the sticks. Yeah, he hasn't lost anything yet.
Anyways, so yeah, Salim is probably like, what the fuck was that thing?
That was Colin's cat.
It
Not
appears.
Colin's cat.
Well, in the IAG description is probably like Colin's cat.
I don't know if it would be. It would be more like Fortune's cat, wouldn't it?
Well, I think the joke is because
I don't
Colin's a fire sorcerer. It's like, oh yeah, it's
Ah,
Colin's
yeah,
cat, 'cause
maybe.
it's made of fire. But yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, Fortune... Poor Fortune. Fortune likes cats, but Smolder's making her like cats less. Because he's very shady.
He hasn't done anything.
No, he has.
Never
Freak,
got to
you
that.
can't dislike an entire race just because one is, a little bit shady.
Sure, he can.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What do you think we hate Abolix?
Well, I mean, actually, I guess he did He did do something. Anyways.
It's not even that he did something, it's that she's had to dance around and avoid bad things happening as well. Even if he didn't actually do anything.
Such as?
So deal or no deal? No deal?
No deal. Unless one of you want to try
Yeah, no
and
deal.
get it out of him and risk your souls being burned.
No, Owen is. Let's put it down with having souls being burned. Nope, no, no.
With not having his own, you mean? Yeah, because
More or less.
that's literally walking up to the guy who wants immortality and saying, like, here, would you like this thing that could damage your soul and render your immortality a miserable existence for all eternity? No.
It would just be another thing to feed souls to. With your lichdom.
Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad.
So is anyone gonna ask what they're talking about, or they're just gonna stare?
Astra?
I'll
Astra?
assume
Yeah.
they all just stare.
Fuck. Sorry.
Basically, it offered the ability to burn souls, but the problem is, it would want me to take on the risk of my own soul being burned. When I declined that, it began
Does this-
offering me alternate versions of the power that come with a risk of it What this implies to me is that it wants to see if I get burned and how badly, which is making me distrust the deal as a whole. And then it offered me a sort of ticking time bomb, which would be one instance of the ability to burn souls, and a job, and if that job is not done within 100 days, it burns me as well. This would have been less of an issue if it weren't for the fact that it had already been proven that, well, me getting burned is something it wants to see.
Interesting. Do things get burned as soon as you kill them, or is there a specific thing you have to do for them in order for them to get killed?
I didn't ask that information because I didn't need it. All I needed to know is it came with a risk of me getting burned.
What do you think, Beldroth?
Did they?
Is this deal open to anyone else?
I'm not sure any of you could ask.
No, I
Does it-
don't.
I should warn you, soul damage is not a good fate. You could lose parts of your emotions, you could be damned to some scattered existence that deems you incapable of receiving any sort of afterlife or eternity. It could bind you to the planes of fire, where you just get burned up and obliterated. There's many terrible things that could happen, all of them worse than death. At least death comes with a chance of reincarnation.
Is the cat still here?
It's, as far as you're aware, it's in the fire.
It crawled into the campfire,
look at
and
the-
the campfire looked normal.
He'll look at the fire. You still there? Do you speak common?
You've met Smolder before, haven't you?
Yes.
Does
Meow.
he speak common?
Not as far as you're aware of.
Alright. If
You
it
speak common. No.
if this offer is open to anyone, to others, I could take the one with the ticking time bomb one, because I would be, if the only condition for them, for the taking of the soul is, burning of the soul is them to die, well, I kill a good amount of people.
I should warn you, Orion. This is an elemental, a primordial. They are not creatures of law. They are not bound to keep their agreements any more than you or I are. So, do consider that it could make you do the job, give you the flame, and then not come and put it out later.
We found this thing in a furnace, but he did help out with saving Colin's wife.
Yes.
Whether it was a noble act for him or not.
I'm simply saying,
That
You might just
are you willing to risk soul obliteration on someone's word, no matter how trustworthy that word may be? I am
Good
not.
point, and no.
That's a good choice.
But how? There's no real way to keep this thing from getting away.
The IAG supposedly are working on one, and I can think of a few, just none that I can produce immediately.
No, I mean getting away from here.
Oh,
It's about. We have no way of keeping it here until the IAG arrives.
well, that fire ability wouldn't either just give us the opportunity to go in and attack immediately.
Exactly. Which may be quite valuable.
Maybe.
off enough to consider.
Well, I'm not of much use with a fire burning my insides and half my emotions gone, so it wasn't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Understandable.
Understandable. Have a good day.
Kret, very unemotive. I'm not much use with half my emotions gone. Kret, you don't.
I know. I
you
was
don't even emote very
I was
much.
holding back a pun. Like, that wouldn't change much, would it?
Not much that you can see. Oh, God.
So, after the 7 days are up, let's see. You
Did the
will
boat crash
find
and burn?
what?
Did the boat crash and burn?
Did the boat crash? And what?
Did the boat crash and burn?
I don't know what.
IG boat.
Oh, the IAG boat.
Yes.
I don't think they're bringing a boat.
Let's see. They would
Let
not
me
be
roll
bringing
for
you
it.
Instead, at some point during the 7th day, probably around 1 p.m., you guys would notice something. You would notice that there is a distortion in the air.
Oh dear. Kret's
What kind?
Kret covers his ears.
Is it like space distortion, reality distortion, or just
That's
Yeah.
the way.
And you see as a person materializes. A
I'm
single
already in
woman.
like a sniping stance and with my gun pointed at them.
They sent one person.
I mean, 1 of 4 equally as effective against an aboleth.
And you would see it is a somewhat gray blonde-haired woman. She's about 5'4". She has her skin is like a little bit wrinkly, but like as if to signify somewhat advanced age. You notice that she has somewhat pale skin, like a healthy. Pera, here we go.
This week is cursed.
Yeah, like she had a somewhat healthy pale skin. She's wearing this heavy suit of plate mail with this very ornate looking shield, and you see that she has what appears to be a longsword. She has what appears to be the handle of a longsword hanging from her belt, as well as a war hammer and a spear on her back. The spear seems to be this long black rod with what seems to be a pointed tip. Her eyes, interestingly enough, are glowing yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Hello there.
What?
Hello there. I believe you're Alice's group, yes?
We've been waiting in the cold for a week, so yes.
Ah,
Yes.
wonderful. My name is Hildesvaran.
Put that up, please.
Another Pordew. More Pordew filth.
No, she is French.
She has a better lightsaber over it.
I mean, it's a sunlight blade, yeah. The armor is nice. Mostly the.
19?
I say
I
that
would like
because
Aaron.
I say that because it reminds me
Uh-huh.
of Sasha's armor.
Oh, that made.
I would like Aaron and Mr. Kret to do a history check.
Alright. Where is my history?
He's probably one of the adamantine
H,
members.
H. 19.
And yes, you would recognize this woman to be one of the adamantine adventurers, one of the 20.
Well, they've sent someone useful at least.
They someone of the adamantines. Oh, goodness. Never expected to meet another one so quickly.
Does he say? Does like he's as soon as Orin says that he'll like pull his gun, put his gun away and salute.
We're not a formal military, Orion.
Yes, if the young man wishes to do so, let him. It's not harming anybody. But yes, I was sent here by LSA for her. She asked me to do a favor for her, and this. Oh God, Ghost!
Fuck.
God damn it! Hopefully he'll be
Another
back.
one bites the dust.
But I will. And this is a very important bit of thing to do. If we deal with this, then the water cult will have a lot of power taken away, and hopefully they will have they will scale back on whatever they are doing. Even if we are simply only able to drive it away, then it will hopefully then it will be a success. We are that is a goal we have, to kill this Aboleth with this spike, and she'll take like the long black spike off of her back and like present it. It's basically just a cone, like this long thin cone.
Hey, anybody here watch Naruto Shippuden?
Oh, there's what?
Oh, yeah,
Cricket.
pain.
Hedon's pike.
Oh yeah, actually, huh?
Also, Owen's trying
Except
his
it's
hardest
about
to.
double the length.
He's trying. Owen's trying his hardest to understand all of that heavy accent.
Orion or comical? Or Aaron or comical?
Both.
Fair enough, I guess.
Ryan's used to it. He spent a lot of time with Fortune.
Oh god.
Got used to the funny
Yeah,
accent.
I
but
presume.
I would say this. What we wish to do here is disrupt their operations. If we can stop whatever they are doing and deal with their base, then that is the most important thing.
Fair enough.
If we kill this Aboleth is a very high priority target, but from what I understand, what you have told me about this place, they are pulling mass amounts of elemental energies, and that cannot be good. Since we are dealing with an Aboleth, she will pull out several potions. They are potions of water breathing.
Useful,
She
not a
will
problem.
pull out. Yes, the thing is that most likely these creatures are most, if not all, of the lair will be underwater.
Yes, and sadly they didn't tell me it was water cult specifically, so I did not prepare any sort of water-breathing spells.
Did they not tell you?
No, I would have
I would've-
tried to get
they
water-breathing.
They would have definitely told you at some point.
Oh,
Also, if in the water code.
If not, if they didn't, then that is entirely my fault.
yeah. Ah,
Let's see. These are actually a little different. They are a mixture. They both allow you to breathe underwater and to resist the cold.
well, that's useful. The
What?
issue is the water is infested with the aboleth ooze, which we shouldn't even be touching, let alone inhaling.
Yes, well, thankfully, the ooze is, how do you say, heavier than the water. It settles.
Right.
So unless we are near the aboleth itself, it should be on the floor. As long as we do not go near that, then we should be fine. As well as my auras. I have a aura ability that allows me to protect others.
That is very, very useful. Thank you, Miss. Names. Why are you so hard? Miss Swollen.
Hilde. I am going to. Who wants to see her charisma saving throw?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Seriously, it's crazy.
Ah! Ah!
Hmm.
Ah! I swear, if Ghost wasn't here, he would be dying of chokes.
I'm wondering how, though. It'd be plus charisma modifier, so plus 5. Unless she used NPC.
She has 27 charisma.
Ah!
She'd have to work out some form of
NPC
immortality
magic.
in order to use the books over and over.
Oh my
again.
god! That's a nat 1 on intimidation. She is also very clearly a paladin, so she probably has some sort of boon.
I know, but what I'm saying is even with that boon, I'm trying to figure out how she gets 22. So, expertise plus charisma. Got 27 charisma somehow.
Paladin
so
saving throw. Paladin protection aura.
Yeah, but that'll just be a plus 5, or, well, no, it'd be...
She has a plus 8 in her charisma.
Yeah, because of, again, she'd have to work out some form of immortality for that, to use the books over and over, because that's the only item that boosts her charisma score like this passively, unless you're not telling us about the 30 ion stones circulating her head.
Yeah, like I said, she has like some sort of deal with some other being like boosted her charisma.
Right. So yeah, epic boons.
Yeah, because gods can do that shit.
Yeah.
I will say, this might be one of my last jobs for the IAG. I was thinking of retiring soon. I'm getting quite on in years.
Oh, how nice of you to do it
That's...
when we still have the cold to deal with.
Well, I'll be retiring after dealing with one of the colds. Hopefully.
If I am needed, then I can very certainly pick up a sword again, but the administration and running of the IAG is quite, let's say, stressful.
I can understand that. Well, with this being the last one, let's try and make it a glorious one. And also, how does this exactly work? Put into the cone spike.
As long if this is what kills the creature, then what should happen is it should immediately be scattered across the infinity of the far realms.
And all we need to do is stab it with it?
You need to kill it with it.
Ah. Okay, that's gonna be a lot more challenging.
There are several things we could have gotten that are easier to attain that achieve the same thing. Why go to this length? Well, we've lost almost everyone. This week is fucking cursed. Both of my sessions in my other group cancelled, and then Ryan's disappointing.
Dragon Lords was pretty good.
Yeah, I guess it was. It's been the only good one
It's
so
a hell
far.
of a fight. Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's a bit fucked that, like, 5 D&D sessions can happen, only one of them amount to anything or even happen at all.
Yeah, that's unfortunately how life does work sometimes.
A bit more often than sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
So what do we want to do?
is Astro still kicking?
Yep.
Astro, are you still alive?
Okay.
Still alive.
Chemical, are you still alive?
Staying alive.
Stay alive.
Staying
Stay
alive.
alive.
Ha, 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 ha. Staying alive.
I have no idea what we're gonna do
Anywho.
about this thing. We have the pike, but with the way this party works, we're very likely to kill it by accident.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, William, tell us first. Since we have this magic
Alright.
item now, how much damage does it do?
Probably a d6.
It is a spear.
Ah, so D8.
Alright, roughly how tough is this thing?
It's a pretty decently powerful creature.
I'd say around 200 HP. It's my
Orion's asking in character, like, how tough is this thing? How many shots would I be able to fire without killing it?
I will recommend
Don't
not using...
know about that. I don't know your gun, and I don't know. These things can take quite a beating. From a normal musket, I could say. Let's see. How much does a normal musket do? A D8?
d12.
I
D12.
think D12, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, 1d12. From a normal musket, a man firing with a somewhat a normal, let's see, man on the street, a commoner, firing it could probably about 20 shots might be able to destroy a body. 20, between 20 and 30.
Okay, 4 shots for me. No, like 5. Actually, like 4 or 5 shots from me. Fuck. Wait,
Now, the
no.
problem is
Hmm.
to get it out of the water for that best case scenario to
If
happen.
it does max damage and 20 or 30 shots, then not 5 shots for me.
No, I'm going like averages.
Averages. So that's about 20 to 30. That's about 120, 180 HP. I do about 20 HP on average. So it's 6 or... Alright, 6 to 9 shots for me.
Well,
But this,
what's the ruling on lightning bolt underwater?
I would say it would spread an additional 5 feet. So it would be a 15-foot wide.
Problem is, I only have 11 rounds.
Yeah, I was wondering, does it like AoE emanating from the caster, or does it just...
I would say it would be the like 10 feet wider.
Right.
Oh yes, she would actually. Oh yes. So Orion, she will hand you a bag of 20 shots.
Fuck yeah!
Miss Fortune was asked to
31.
make these for you.
Thank you, and I'll give her my thanks as soon as we get back.
Cuts to a flashback of
Look at
very
that.
tired, messy-haired Fortune. My fucking day off.
Oh no. No.
Look at that. She's helping you from
Orion
away.
will bring Fortune to a bar and say drinks on me, and then go fucking broke.
And then he pours the drink into his belly button. Drinks on me, Fortune. No?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, and what have you done to Orion?
It's an intellect devourer.
The more I think about it, the funnier it gets.
Orion pouring a shot on himself and saying, drinks on me.
Let me check.
I think I broke Astra.
So I'm checking underwater combat, because I remember there was something about thunder damage.
Lightning damage? I don't... There
No,
actually isn't
thunder
that
damage specifically, because for some reason Wizards of the Coast was willing to account for the way shockwaves work underwater, but not how electricity works underwater.
Flame immersed in water have resistance to fire damage. Let's see.
Also, we need to get it out of the water.
Yeah, well, we gotta be prepared if that's not an option.
Yeah, I'd probably be able to shoot through from the surface, but I don't. I doubt I'd be very, very useful underwater.
How long does your musket go?
First of all, it's not a musket. Second, but that's not important. 800 feet.
That's a bit more than enough.
So yeah, I should be able to stay at the surface. Listen, if things go south, and just continue shooting. Yeah, Ryan has a good idea of how much HP it has.
Unfortunately, I do not know if it would even be possible to stay on the water surface. I do have... I will... Let's see. I am a rather prolific spellcaster. I have the spells Teleport, Plane Shift, Finger of Death, Throw Seeing, Disintegrate, Wall of Force. I can summon a Draconic Spirit. I have the ability to make a teleportation circle, hold monster, animate objects. I can summon construct.
So long? I'm kidding.
What?
Then how did it take you so long?
That's a great question. Yeah, that was getting the pike.
He doesn't say this.
I can summon a construct. I have freedom of movement, sickening radiance, dimension door, banishment, protection from energy, dispel magic, intellect fortress, aid, find steed, lesser restoration, prayer of healing, see invisibility, earthbind, mind spike, blessed, charm person, cure wounds, shield, alarm, and protection from evil and good. I am not able to cast any spells at the maximum that a spellcaster can, but I can do something just before that, so I do not know any spells of that level. What she's saying is she has an 8th level spell slot, but no 8th level spells.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we could end the altercation outright with a few of those, but the problem is we have to kill it with the spear. So it's most likely
Yes.
just going to become a stabbing match. Weaken it as best we
I
can.
could do certain things like attempt a dimension door or a teleport. Things like that. But we do not know how many of its forces it has. And we do not know how far underwater it is.
We need to focus on disabling it. If it's thrashing, we may accidentally kill it. And then we also need to scatter its forces.
I love how we're worried about accidentally killing the aboleth.
If we kill it in another way, as I said, the most important thing is dealing with this base.
Mm-hmm.
And we know now that the leader is an aboleth, which is much more than we had 2 weeks ago. We should most certainly attempt to kill it if we can, but the destruction of this base is our priority.
Mm-hmm. So if we kill it, it'll leave them in shambles.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case.
If this is indeed their leader.
Oh, most certainly.
If not, and even if it isn't, it would still leave him with a lot less power than they had before.
Most certainly, yes.
How effective are you with a spear?
I am quite adept with it, yes.
Can do
Alright.
fucking level 8 divine smite.
It maxes out at 5.
She got
Oh.
a paladin. I have no idea
Level
what
5
fucking
divine
class.
smite.
I have no idea what fucking class
She is a-
That spell list is all over the fucking place. I'm thinking Arcana
Yeah.
Cleric.
Crown Paladin, Clockwork Soul Sorcerer.
Okay.
Shit. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You'd have actually, that distortion would have actually been like a little clock. Like you would have seen like it's like a clock spinning, and as soon as it hit like the midnight, she would have appeared.
Hey, that's Owen's thing. And also, shouldn't it be like 6d8 because Group Divine Smite? Or is she not that level yet?
No, that's level 11.
What is she in Paladin?
6.
Alright, makes sense.
Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do everything in our power to disable it and its troops. I can try to scatter them with fear. I can do one of these things, sadly. I could apply haste to you, give you a better chance at striking it down. I could attempt to polymorph it, and we could move it somewhere more advantageous for us. In sort of a grab it and run kind of deal. If anything, if I can
Yes.
polymorph it, we could have you grab it, teleport away with it, and beat it to death on a desert somewhere.
Yeah, come to think of it,
so-
yeah, she can 1v1 a fucking aboleth, probably.
Definitely. if
Most
it's-
likely, yes.
I have
And
this
even if
spell
not,
magic and-
Orion would probably be able to get a few shots off before that.
Yeah.
have this spell
Yeah.
magic
The
and
reason,
has
yeah,
some-
she most likely would be able to 1v1 an aboleth, but the thing is, like, it's not just an aboleth here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We can probably
I've,
deal
spell
with its We could probably... I won't know until we actually get in there, but we can probably deal with any of its forces ourselves. We just need to deal with the aboleth properly. Regrettably, something has happened in the last few thousand years that has rendered shadow demons less effective, and now they can't rip out souls anymore. Curse you. I don't even know what to say. That's not even the laws of physics changing. That's something else.
Laws of reality.
Yeah.
The Pact Primeval has been made as an addendum.
That wouldn't affect demons.
Oh yeah, demons.
That's
yes.
the whole reason they're a problem.
Oh yeah.
You say
Anywho.
back to these rolls.
Also, the Pact from Evil doesn't control all of reality like that. It's just the pact between the Angels of Mount Celestia and the Devils of the Hells that makes them fight the Blood War. And lets them trade souls unfettered.
As in, perhaps we should discuss strategy.
We can,
Should
but
we
need to scout
should we
the
focus
area.
on?
Yes,
Yeah,
we need to
should-
find out where these creatures are coming in and out from.
Man, we should also see if we should prioritize getting in and out of the water, or just have it be a fight in the water.
Out of water would be
I
best.
don't think that we can get to it at all without getting in the water.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We have to get in the water at some point, but there are ways that I could simply get it out of the water.
I'm not saying we wouldn't have to fight in the water. I'm saying just trying to get it out.
Oh
Yeah.
no, we are most certainly going to need to fight in the water. Just getting to it, it will probably throw us at us.
Yeah.
I really wish
that's
we
an
had fifth level
issue.
spells for this.
I need to figure out. Orion takes a note. Figure out how to enchant the gun so it stays dry in water.
Well, it's a more modern firearm, so depending on how it works, it should work fine underwater. For a bit,
Oh.
at least, not indefinitely.
Okay, yeah.
You might get a few shots.
Oh right, yeah, because it's casing bullets.
Yeah. Well, the problem is
It
the actual
would probably,
mechanisms.
it would probably be like the normal like short range rules, because like bullets are awful in water.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
if you even if you like fire a gun, especially one as powerful as yours, like the instant it starts going through the water, it would basically shatter.
Yeah. It mulches
Mhm.
the bullet.
So misfire score increase.
No, I would
mean-
say it would just be a lower range.
Was Fortune informed this
Underwater.
would have been an underwater thing, because she could make flechette rounds.
She would most likely have just been told that they need bullets.
Yeah, then nothing I can
That
do.
Orion needs bullets.
Nothing I
yeah.
can do for you.
I mean, you
then.
could probably ask why or like what they're doing, but
I mean, she probably would, but I don't know if they had that information to give that he needs to shoot his gun underwater.
I mean, they're fighting an aboleth, so
no,
She
if the
told
person asking her to make
Oh,
the
yeah.
bullets would know that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, would assume that Ryan is probably running out of bullets, and they probably need him a lot.
Yeah,
He does
but,
a lot of damage.
but that's not what's important. The thing that's important
Yeah.
is, does she know it's going to be an underwater fight? Because that decides if she makes flechette rounds or not.
Roll something. Actually, yes. Just made it. Yes.
Oh,
They would. They would say. They would say that. You are their companion. So, I probably should not be telling you this, but they are apparently going to be fighting what is known as an Aboleth.
Aboleth.
They will be fighting it in its caves underwater.
One moment.
Do not tell anyone.
I don't know. Fortune knows what fucking aboleth is out of 13.
Yeah. She would not know what an aboleth is with a 13. But they did just say
he
they
did
will
know.
most likely be fighting it in its caves underwater. You
Also,
can
how
ask
well
what
do
an
Flechette-
aboleth is.
I don't think she wants to, but I don't know if it's weak against any particular metals. I could make them out of silver.
I don't know, honestly. You could most certainly try.
Right?
But, yes, he will, I believe, be fighting under the water.
Oh god, these flechette rounds are ridiculous. Look at these things.
Yeah, they're like little needles.
They're not little.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So how well do they function above the water?
Nah,
Outside the water?
they don't. Look at these things.
Oh yeah,
Shit,
no, flechette.
It's
A flechette is basically like what it's supposed to be is anti-personnel, like not anti-armor or not like just anti-personnel. So like if you got a bunch of dudes just milling about, you fling them with flechette rounds because they're gonna tear through them and do way more damage than a regular
well,
bullet.
to be fair, these
Like
are
what it is you're supposed to basically just fucking bombard an area with them, like tens of thousands, like fucking 300 Sparta blot out the sun with them.
well. So here's the interesting thing. They don't have to be long ones like that. That's basically a harpoon conversion for your gun. That one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
There are real underwater bullets, but they're made out of things like tungsten alloy. So you basically probably be receiving what looks like normal bullets, but made of adamantine. And they're shaped a bit different.
Those look like those plastic pencils with the graphite that you like swivel
Mechanical
to
pencils, yeah.
make it go into it. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's also these.
But what we've got is probably these ones, like the first ones, because
Well, it,
Yeah.
it depends,
making
really.
fucking adamantine bullets.
It depends. Like, Fortune could she could make that happen, but... yours is a bolt action, which is good, because that means you're chambering the rounds manually.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to worry about it not, your gun just jamming every
loading it,
time
yeah.
you shoot it. You are going to need to perform some heavy fucking maintenance on that thing the moment you get out of there, because
Especially
salt
considering
water.
how fucking cold it is and the fact that you're at the ocean. So it's salt water.
Yeah, the salt water is just going to fucking rust your gun so hard, so fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing every type of maintenance anyone can do with a gun.
You're
I need to
Yeah,
do an
baby.
Alan Rickman voice. Alan Rickman.
Oh,
This is
Yeah.
Alan Rickman.
uh,
Remember the joke about the turtle for the party. Do not disappoint me.
basically what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to like flush the whole gun with fresh water and then dry it like immediately. Prestidigitation might be
towel.
able to help, but no, like internally as well. He's going to have to take the whole thing apart and dry each individual part.
Hair dryer. Throw it in rice.
You know?
Like we get in,
Oh my god,
we
Freaky,
do the
did
shit,
you
we get out.
did you
of
ever
right-
did you ever see that photo, Freaky, of the like it was a phone store and it's showing a picture of an opened phone and the caption is they heard you should put your phone in rice, or like your electronics and rice to dry them out when you drop them. But they obviously
God.
didn't understand because the inside
Oh,
of the
no.
phone is just filled with dry rice.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
God. So
Horrifying.
yeah, it will work, but if you don't get some maintenance on that gun the moment you get out of that water, it's gonna just start rusting.
Yeah.
And we're probably gonna have to use misfire rules down there, because that will mess with the mechanisms. It's probably gonna give you a misfire of like 3 or lower. So if you roll 3 or less, a chance.
Here you go. Here you go, Astro. Here's like the most accurate representation.
Those are shotgun shell flechettes, though. He's got a rifle.
Yeah.
That's what Fortune would load into her trench gun, which...
Yeah.
So, okay.
her trench
So,
gun would get
yeah, Orion's gonna
fucked
be
with water.
making some notes about the gun having to work in underwater and in other harsh conditions.
Like, the bullets come with a note. Orion, these bullets will work underwater. Not quite as well above water. And your gun is probably going to start rotting like a corpse the moment you take it out of the water, so you may want to do something about that. Bye! That's what it says on the note.
Honestly, like the combination of cold and salt. Oh man, that's probably like the single worst thing. Because of like making like the metal more fragile, like making like shrinking things. So like the barrel is like slightly off.
I would make you an underwater gun, but that would take weeks, sorry. It's like, P.S. I would make you an underwater gun, but that would take weeks, sorry.
Alright, so.
Orion will speak to the ascending zone. Can you send Fortune a letter?
Goodbye.
No.
What is
Thanks
it?
for the
What is
bullet.
it called? The Dear John, yeah, a Dear John letter.
A John Deere letter? I don't know. But,
No, a Dear John letter.
Thanks for the bullets. Don't worry about the underwater gun. I'll figure out how to make that one of those.
Aw, Comical just found my next boss fight for me.
no.
Fuck you. I'm using this, not you.
No Mimic Lord.
Oh, it's a
I'm
Mimic
the
Warlord.
No, our next
the
boss...
Mimic Colony.
Our next boss fight is completely normal man, which is a skeleton with a brain in a jar inside of its skull, covered in a boneless, all possessed by a ghost, with clothing and gear made of mimics.
Oh, speaking of your next boss fight, William, hold on.
Fuck you, Comical.
And a shadow
There you go.
following it.
In general, it's uploading
My
right now.
God,
And
That's
it's
fucking
uploaded.
ship. That is awesome, actually.
And a shadow following it.
You're about to get shipwrecked.
Ha ha! Fuck you.
You son of a fuck. I'm both proud and want to shoot you.
I like the complaint department. Please take a number, and it's a fucking grenade.
Wait, where? Oh yeah. Complaint. That's adorable. Actually, this is how my toddler left her Peppa Pig playhouse. Something happened here.
Strip of bacon and a hot dog. But
Alright, so F will ask, so do you want me to take you guys there?
you should probably stay as far away from this entire ordeal as you possibly can, so take us to the edge of the ooze and then turn around.
Do you need me to bring you back? I can,
We'll give you a sending to tell you when to come back.
I don't know what that is.
You'll hear one of our voices in your head.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just
Orion will look to him. It's weird. You get used to it.
Don't worry.
I'll head to the coast and I'll meet you there.
Don't worry. You will know for sure that it is us. So if you start getting so panicked about it that you start hearing the voices in your dreams, don't worry. That's not it. You will know for sure. It won't be of any question.
All right, that's good to know.
I've had people get all panicky, and it's a long story.
Yeah. Let's see. And you guys will begin to head towards towards where the thing is. It's a little.
By the way, Miss Swaran, it does know we're coming.
Yes. Yes, that is something that I was afraid of.
We are walking
If
directly
it is
into a trap.
Say what?
We are walking directly into a trap.
Oh, most certainly. Well, it is an aboleth, so I guess it has reason to be cocky. But stay near me, and I can protect you in some way. Within 10 feet of me, I can take any damage that you take instead, or I can, or my magic can boost your resolves.
Noted.
I can also cast 2 spells at once. I can make a spell last twice. I can make a spell last twice as long, and I can cast a single spell very, very quick.
Clockwork Soul is one of the newer Edge of official ones, so it's got the power creep. But, alright. When we're in the water, it's probably...
So, yeah, basically, what she she has Twin Spell, Quicken Spell, Extended Spell, and she can do, let's see, where is it? Where is it? This.
Yeah, the, Principality was Crown Paladin, I remember. But, something we do have to worry about is they're probably going to have water elementals and weirds in there. So the water itself's going to be attacking us, and we're not going to be able to see it.
We would most likely be able to see the distortion of things in the water, but
They're made.
yes, it would be very, very incredibly difficult to see them.
I think water elementals have meld with water, so I don't think we will be able to.
We don't check.
I know weirds have it.
Oh wow, no they don't.
That's very strange.
That is very weird.
Ah, yes, we can see this water in the water.
I think it's because like the water is basically like always shifting, changing. Like you can very clearly tell. Like, I don't know though.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like older editions would say no, but 5e, in the name of quote-unquote simplicity, just ripped everything to shreds and made it make no sense.
I guess. bit.
So we have everything we need to do this.
Yes.
God, I wish I had 5th level spells for this.
Oh god, we're 1 level away from that. Are we leveling up after this? I hope we level up after this.
I need to level Fortune twice.
I want to get my sweet, sweet assassin subclass. Oh, it's gonna be good.
Or I would have to level her twice if we did. Also, me and William do need to talk about what she's been doing this whole time.
Oh yeah, most likely.
Yeah, she's been doing work with She's been doing a little bit of gun research. She's been doing stuff with the lightning steel. Learning about constructs.
When Orion goes up to her and takes the. Hang on. My chest hurts.
She'll probably have a prototype War Thunder. No, maybe. Who knows?
Orion holds out these 12 little bars of Arctic cobalt, and he gets on one knee and presents it to her, and she's like, "Orion, you shouldn't have."
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this. But I know it's great.
I will make a refrigerator.
Oh god.
I don't even know what that is, but I will make one.
People know about refrigeration. They had medieval era refrigeration. It was done through digging, there's cellars, people.
Would they know about the word of refrigeration?
I think so, yeah. It probably wasn't called that, but it's what you would call purposefully cooling things to make them not rot. It'd be a more scientific term, but yeah, they'd know about it because, like I said.
Oh, it's from the late 15th century. Interesting.
Yeah, wine cellars or cheese cellars and stuff like that. You keep it underground.
Oh yeah.
Keep it dark and it's cooler.
Yeah, no. Definitely. I'm just wondering if the actual word refrigeration itself would have been
maybe
the one to be used.
Yeah, that goes into the English language. It's very different than it was in the 15th century, though. Something you could
it was only 2 languages in a trench coat back then.
Yes. Now it's 3.
Language is fucking weird.
It's a trade. It's a trade language. It happens.
Okay, so yeah, he will take you, and you guys will begin to cross the way.
Now, Eth, if we do get attacked, I hope you understand that we are jumping off your sleigh and you should start running, right?
No. He's already taken you there and he's already left.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what he tells him.
Yeah, you're there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he just kind of nods and he's like, yeah.
Alrighty. How long do these potions last?
That's a good question.
They last about an hour.
Yeah, we'll call them potions of diving.
I have 2 for each of us.
Clunky.
There we go. Potions
work very well.
Diving too. I do appreciate it. You'll have to tell me the formula. I could probably make these. No, he can't. Never mind. Scratch that. He didn't say that.
You'll have to tell me the formula. I can make these.
I mean, you have Arcana, right?
Yeah, but they're potions. That would be alchemist or herbalism.
No, you can have one or the other, I believe.
No, I said
or potions specifically require both.
Potions specifically require the tool proficiency.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
they're consumables.
Yeah. Okay.
Spells are weird. But,
You guys will begin traveling, and off in the distance, after about an hour of traveling, you guys are doing investigation checks?
Shall we? Do you want us to?
Alright,
Or-
I don't know. What are the investigations for? See, well,
Oh,
Sure.
Brett,
sure.
please stop rolling low. Now is not the time.
And 21. Hell yeah.
Bad. You guys can tell from the how the place is going. You can tell where the general center is, like from the edge of the place. Like the general curve of like the area encompassed. It is very clearly like a circle. It's not like a perfect sphere of here's slime, here isn't. But it is somewhat consistent. You guys will start to head towards the center. Every now and then, you will find some sort of animal that seems to be skinless. You find a seal, find a few more polar bears, a couple of birds, several fish. Eventually, let's see. After about an hour of traveling, Mr. Kretz.
There.
Actually, Orion,
Oh.
you hear a voice in your head.
Fuck.
Ah.
No. No. Pick someone else.
Mhm.
Someone else. Someone with better wisdom than me, please. No.
That's why he chose you.
Well, hello there, Mr. Orion. Orion!
What the fuck? There's a voice in my head.
It is quite lovely to see you, my new guest. I haven't had anyone in quite a long time. A long time.
This is so okay. Can I just say this is so fucking cool and so fucking scary. Whew. What do you want? What do you want from me?
What I want? What I want? What I want? Many, many things. Return to glory among them. Among them.
You
Among
look-
us.
He's looking around like at the rest of the party. Guys, help! This guy's. It's in my head, guys. It's in my head.
It's telepathic
The f-
communication.
Oh, this. Okay. Again.
And as you guys are like traveling, you get to from snow to ice. And as you guys are over the ice, you're not over ice.
Oh.
You're over a large form. There seems to be something swimming through the ice.
Ah, I don't know who you are.
Hello.
Bozrak.
Well then.
It will then blink out of existence. Seemingly.
Ah,
Hmm.
this creature is an aboleth, a super intelligent being. It is thought to be either the head of the water division of the code, working for forces with them. This way is an endangered creature, possible comes from the guild, but both of them are the guild. Ah, so it has a name.
Yeah,
You bossy son of a
Smolder
bitch.
told you.
Yep, we got some information from Smolder. I wish Cred had kept him talking longer, but I was too worried about Cred getting part of his soul destroyed. I was having fucking Nan flashbacks. I didn't want it to happen again.
Wait, he already had part of his soul destroyed?
Not this game, but in another game, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Wasn't even a mistake I made. It was literally like, you guys walk up. This thing happens.
That
You're now trapped in the
doesn't
abyss. You can either stay in the abyss and find your own way out, or you can make a deal with this thing and it'll steal your name. Thanks.
Huh.
Yeah.
May I have your name?
That-
Sure, it's Orion. Thank you.
Hey, Gina.
What?
That
May I have
seems
your
like a
attention?
bit of a dick move.
Yeah,
I don't know. Was it a module?
No, that was, oh, I love how you expect Wizards of the Coast to make dick moves like that. But, no, that was the DM that also, like, suddenly changed the rules on me, like, the session before I was finally gonna do
Yeah.
crits.
That was the first game you played with Mr. Credit,
No,
wasn't
it was like the second. The first one I ever played was a little one-shot where, you know, Cret was Cret. Nothing actually happened, though, because it was a single session, and we didn't even get anything done. I think the last thing he cast Toll the Dead on a rat that saved, so it did nothing, and he talked to some kobolds, and the rogue, like, imitated him a little bit as a joke. And that was the whole session. And that was Kret's first session. The second one was the Curse of Strahd group that I just fucking walked out of. And the third one was the group that I played with for months and was on the edge of finally doing, like, Kret's story before the DM said, oh yeah, I'm changing the way that works, so you're now nowhere close to it. And it's all Acquisitions Incorporated. I didn't. Cret wouldn't want Cret Goods and Trades, but then he's going to obliterate the company instead. I mean, no, it doesn't work that way anymore.
What?
I'm gone. Goodbye.
How does that work? Acquisitions Incorporated.
Apparently it has mechanics for, like, corporate mergers and hostile takeovers and stuff, but basically it was this long rigmarole where I have to have done, like, I would have to have taken an Acquisitions Incorporated subclass thing, and I would have to have gone through, like, this whole rigmarole.
Acquisitions
with
Incorporated
Acquisitions
has
Incorporated.
subclasses?
So they're not subclasses, they're, like, roles that add on top of your subclass, like Secretarian and stuff like that. It's a long story, and
Is it like does it change the things?
It's additional
Like-
abilities.
Yeah. What's so different that Mr. Cret would not want specifically Acquisitions Incorporated?
Basically, the DM rewrote Cret Goods and Trade as being part of Acquisitions Incorporated.
As part of like a bigger company.
So, and he was like trying to force me into using the mechanics. So it would basically be like, if Cret takes over Cret Goods and Trade, he has to bend knee to Acquisitions Incorporated. And if he destroys the company, Acquisitions Incorporated will go after him. And if he tries to make his own company, the like Cret name is already taken. So literally the entire Cret trying to claim his legacy out of spite thing gets shit all over. And I was also right on the edge of beginning to like take out the Cret family to do that. It was literally going to happen next session. Like, he'd already fucking killed his mother, and he was going to go after his father and brother next. And the DM
That's
said,
kind
I'm
of a dick
introducing
move
all
to
of
just,
this,
like-
and now if you do that, it won't do anything, so you have to do all this setup now. Ha 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 ha.
But that's kind of a dick move to do that right in the middle of the arc.
Yeah.
Like, he knows what you're doing,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. And this was after he, just sort of hurried us along into the abyss, made us fight 8 shadow demons. We almost fucking die, and realize there's no fucking way we can do this mission because we got here and almost died at the first encounter, which had nothing to do with the mission and achieved nothing. It was literally just the locals standing around. And granted, maybe Freaky should have known, never go to the Abyss for any reason. But this was early, and probably one of the things that spurred Freaky's obsessive lore reading. So yeah. And we're like, okay, we need to get out of here now. And then DM NPC...
Yeah, the Abyss is one of the worst places, yeah.
Yeah, DM NPC, weird... we don't even know what it was. Supposedly it was a devil thing. Named Bob comes along and says, yeah, you sell me your names and I'll get you out of the Abyss. So we begrudgingly agree because we have no fucking choice. And yeah. And then it's just, it goes by the name you go by. So if anyone says your name at all, anywhere, you take a D4 psychic damage.
What?
In addition, it changes if you go by a different name. So we literally had to keep changing our names every other session. Or every few days.
What?
To not take psychic damage. And it just so happened that we all got to roll on the handy-dandy long-term madness table. Just for going to the Abyss at all. And I was oh so lucky enough to get the you speak in the third person one.
Oh, fuck.
That sucks.
Yeah. And, that was what made me start thinking, and this was also after, I missed one session of that group, ever. One single session. In that one session, it just so happened to be after a rather rough time, and I said, Kret's gonna go have a drink and do some reading to unwind after all this. The DM apparently took that as Kret has, tendencies to be an alcoholic, because, I missed one session, and there just so happened to be a 4-month time skip during that session, of which he decided Kret was wallowing in sadness and became a crippling alcoholic for. And our bard had to, take care of him while he almost choked on his own vomit over and over again.
The fuck?
And the bard wouldn't let it go, even though I never agreed to it. So that was... Right there was when Fugu was saying, I might leave this group. Then the second thing happened. I'm definitely leaving this group, but I can't do it immediately because I accidentally dragged someone else in this group, not knowing it was going to go this bad shortly after. And then the Acquisitions Incorporated thing happened. I said, fuck this group.
When the what thing happened?
Then the final straw was the Acquisitions Incorporated incident. Which made me say, fuck this group.
That just sounds like a really, really bad DM.
Yeah. This was also the DM that, I think third session I was ever in, said, oh yeah, this town's being attacked by undead. I said, okay, what kind of undead? Oh, various undead. And we, approached to get looked at. Okay, cool, I'm gonna put some undead on the table, because you guys get noticed. 2 revenants and 4 ghosts are on the table with a wraith and a bunch of specters. And the DM's like, okay, and the ghost is going to use its shriek. And I'm like, but the shriek ages you. Why are the ghosts even here? And he's like, I didn't read the sheet. That ages you? He didn't read any of the sheets. He didn't even know the CRs. He just threw undead on the table and didn't know that, revenants and ghosts are, roleplay undead that have specific reasons to be places and wouldn't just be attacking a town randomly. I said, do they have names? What's going on? Why are they attacking?
Yeah, that's a dick move. That's just a really bad DM.
Yeah.
I would never just...
We were level 4.
I would... I don't think I would do the thing where it's oh yeah, you're just an alcoholic now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't, do things... if the player isn't here, you shouldn't do things that would affect them.
No, like I
long-term.
would do most of the things. Would either be a direct consequence of a character's actions, like what Ghost did with Velakovich, or I would run it past like the person playing.
It wasn't even like
Yeah.
Red had been drinking the whole game either. It was literally like, oh, they have my favorite wine. I'm going to buy it and enjoy it later. That was it. That was the only time he ever had any alcohol the entire game. Was right before the session I missed. Oh, that must mean he's an alcoholic.
Hey, William, I know you wouldn't do that because like you're very hesitant to like kill characters while the players aren't here.
Yeah,
Like, you don't like to do that. So, like,
I
that
still
says-
feel bad about what I did to Bartholomew.
Oh, that. I knew he was dead when I left. I had to go, but I knew he was dead. I knew he was as good as dead.
It's easier with
He
Bartholomew.
pissed off Strahd. There was no hope.
I think Astro intended for Bartholomew to die in a stupid way from the get-go, so... I think he literally
May as well have
expected
gotten
Bartholomew
bitch
to-
slapped by Strahd.
I'm pretty sure you were ready for the DM to say, oh yeah, he got dysentery and shot himself to death while you were gone.
Yep, I was. I would have shit
Good
myself laughing like that if
Oh,
that
good
happened.
lord.
Fitting end.
You shit yourself laughing, and Bartholomew shit himself to death.
I'd join him.
Oh. See, that's easier with a character like Bartholomew, where, you know, he's meant to die stupid.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love playing Bartholomew, but he's meant to die stupid.
Astro,
Yes?
I'm sending you a DM.
Oh,
You are now under control of the
Wonderful.
aboleth.
Oh,
Act natural.
we have a new DM?
No, William's here. He's right here. What do you mean?
Yeah.
that's an interesting
You-
question.
Elon said that he's gonna send him a new DM.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Haha, very funny.
Yes.
Great.
But yeah, that was...
After about 15 minutes, Kret,
Yeah?
you would begin to hear something in your head as well.
Here we go.
Well, hello, Maris Kret. It is a pleasure to meet you. Meet you.
No reply.
No reply.
No reply.
See. Well, aren't you going to at least say hello? Hello. Hello. To your host. Host.
You have something to say. I'm waiting for you to say it.
I know what you want. And I can give it to you! The death of your family. My forces can guarantee safety on the ocean. Unrestricted travel. Shipping lanes, exclusive shipping lanes. Destruction of all competition.
Brett's trying to keep his mind clear as he can. An interesting offer. But why would you be offering it?
Let's see. Why not? Why not? To be here and amongst your, and with the adamantine. You would have to be quite powerful, quite intelligent. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm kind of.
Take that.
I don't ask for much. Not for much. Not much. I simply ask for. Perfect dropping. Okay. Let's see. I've kind of forgotten where I was going with this.
He was
You
I
telling me
simply
something
asked
about
for something.
he was telling me
shipping
what he
lanes
thought
and
in
asking about something.
return.
Yes.
He's trying to get Craig to agree to something.
Yeah. Let's see.
He's already proven that he doesn't know what Mr. Cred actually wants.
Hang on.
Like, that is something that Cret does want, but what he continued from was not an ultimate goal. He's basically, what it looks like is he's mistaken a stepping stone task as something he actually has as his end goal.
Hang on. I sent you a message, Ricky.
Okay.
Oh, this is fascinating.
Let's see.
Okay, I didn't know if he just can free read that or if he's picking it up from external information, because what you got so far is what the world knows. That's the external information.
Yeah, they can free read specifically that.
Oh.
Like, they can't read your mind, but they can free read specifically that.
Okay, it's got like the real thick deal.
I am a very, very old being.
Could you realize who me about that one?
I'm a very old being, he said.
I know many things. I have eaten many beings, including a lich. I can teach you these things.
Did you hurt yourself on that one, really?
No. All I ask is one little thing. Give to me the spike. And it will then just flit away.
It wants you to impale it with the spike several times over and over again. Brett says with a little grin.
That's one way of
Giving it the spike, yeah.
It's talking to you, huh?
Yes, it's trying to get me to agree to a little... It wants me to give you the spike, or give it the spike in exchange for giving me my worldly desires. It's the same shit I got from the Orcus cult.
A little bit annoying,
Was this
isn't
to
it?
Orion as well?
It's a little bit
sorry?
annoying.
What,
isn't it?
Astra?
Was this to Orion as well?
No, only Mr. Kret would have heard about that.
Okay.
I would have heard what he said to Mr. Kret.
I'm going to tell you right now,
Is it no-
everyone, no matter what it offers, don't agree, because it is an aboleth. Not only does it have no reason to uphold its end of the bargain, it would actively just not do so to screw you over for its own gains. Here's what would happen.
It's a little nagging, isn't it? Having a voice in your head.
It happens, but here's how it would go. You agree to what it wants, it pretends to give you what it wants, and then it eats you. In that order. So even if it proves to you that it can, that doesn't mean it will, and even if it does, that doesn't mean you'll be around to enjoy it. So do try to keep any hopes of reviving dead family members and things of that nature in different areas than here. You'd be better off making a deal with a demon. And even that's a terrible idea, but at least you have the common courtesy of having your soul obliterated.
This thought could have been. Wait, okay.
Yeah,
Noted.
Kret literally just said, you'd be better off having your soul obliterated by the abyss than agreeing to this thing.
Yeah. 2 things in a row tried to make a deal with Mr. Kret.
Yeah. This is... Hey, there's a reason Kret speaks the languages he does and has the shadow touch feat. He has these things for a reason. This is normal to him. He's done this many times.
Alrighty then.
Well, it's not normal.
So...
He's done this a few times.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da. After a while, you guys will see something in the distance. It's a bit far in the distance, so I would like everyone to roll a perception check.
Perception?
How long have we been swimming for now?
You've been walking.
Yeah, we're still on the
Oh,
ice.
we're still not there? Okay, I thought we were already down.
Yeah,
Never mind.
No, we're still on the ice.
No.
And that's a 7. Alright.
Orion, please roll a perception check for me.
Alrighty.
With your expertise. Get a nat 1.
23.
Oh, no. Not bad. Orion and Kret, you would both be able to recognize the figure of one of the skinless men. You would have been able to just barely see it as it walks into a pool of water and disappears. It's about 200-300 feet in front of you.
I don't like where this is going.
Nope, she would not have seen it. 32. Expertise.
Just charisma build.
Y'all need to have a +1 next to a +20.
Fucking hell. Wait, is the +1 perception the
That's Hilda.
adder? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's only got 12 wisdom.
Yeah, she's all charisma.
If that's not min-maxing, I don't know what.
Yeah. It's that thing where, like, Even when I make superpowered things like Grayson Kirk, I always follow the rule no free shit, which is like,
Yeah.
if you get something that's impossible for a player character to get, it needs to be done through something the player character can do. So, for instance, like, if Grayson Kirk had 27 charisma, it would be because he was using the book, and he had already acquired Lichdom for the immortality, and did that over time.
Yeah. 15 strength, 8 dexterity, 19 constitution, 13 intelligence, 12 wisdom.
So
Yeah,
her
little
stats go from low, medium, high, through the fucking roof.
Here's the
It's medium, low, high, meh. Oh my god.
So here's the fucked thing you can do using your choice of simulacrum or clone. The strain effect of wish. You can just wish for higher stats and shit, and when the strain effect hits, you just kill that clone and change bodies, or you have a simulacrum wish for you.
The wish spell is a bit of a rare thing in this setting.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. I was talking about, like, there's a lot of shit
No,
you can
I'm
do.
just saying, like, in this setting, since you brought it up, I'm bringing it up. It's a rather rare, especially considering how high magic this is. Like you said yourself, is probably, like, a good, like, 30, 40 level, 9th level spellcasters in the IAG.
Yeah.
Like, 30, 40 people who can just cast 9th level spells.
13 or 14,
Like, if all of them had... If all of them had, like, wish, it would be kind of crazy. But yeah, so it's a rather rare spell in this setting.
Wish is basically what you call escape velocity. Everyone who's acquired Wish has probably become some sort of either warlock patron or god-esque being.
Yeah.
Except for those who have it and have not used it to ascend yet, because that's something I've noticed, and it's why I get so mad that, like, there's no epic level content, because like, every class has an ascension point where you could say like, okay, they've reached this point, they can now exceed past mortal limitations. Like, the paladin has, like, the avatar of effects, like the avatar of vengeance and stuff, and wizards have the wish spell and true polymorph and things like that.
Rangers have 5 damage.
Rangers, and then we go to the fact that some classes are actually dead end, and Rangers, one of them. Fighter technically is, but you can actually reach a level of such intense might that you get, like, servant of a god or something power that you can then use to make your own power. The end of a fighter is either you stay a fighter or you become magical and become something greater and also a fighter.
Alright, yeah.
Rogue, you are the unforeseen.
Yeah, like, the thing is, like, Divine Spark is a thing, like, fighters and rogues, and Rangers, too, can just Divine Spark, but that one's very generic, so I didn't want to count it as an ascension point, and so I called them, quote-unquote, dead-end classes, because the class itself does not provide anything. Barbarians technically get it, because they get the superhuman constitution and strength, which should just continue, but it doesn't. But then again, this is about, like, where do those features go next from that point, because with the Barbarian, you getting the enhanced strength and con means you have now broken human limitation. You can now become something greater. But yeah, continue, William. You're terrorizing us with fucking Aboleth.
Let's see. Alrighty then. How was that, by the way?
Oh, it's great.
That was fucking sick.
This is great.
It's good. At times I don't even know what you were saying.
Yeah, I was trying to lean into the whole it's an aberration, you shouldn't be able to clearly understand it. It should be weird and horrifying.
It's speaking in some humanoid voices that it ate long ago.
Yeah. It's like
It's-
listening to like 8 different people talk at once.
It's not even talking to you directly. It's like DOSBox. It's running humanoid perceptive capability inside of its own brain as a virtual
Yeah.
machine.
I kind of thought of like those ransom notes that are made from newspaper clippings.
Something that would be fucking sick is to get a bunch of voice recordings of you saying the same thing in different tones and in different voices.
Oh yeah,
and
I need
meshing them
a
all together.
yeah, I need a soundboard.
Yeah, like you could probably do that with like GarageBand and fucking
Okay, so do we
something.
do we want to
Voice
attempt to get this thing to just talk to us? No, like, do we want to try and get this thing to present itself or something like that, or do we want to look for it? That's a good
You
question.
did just see one of the skinless disappear into a
Yeah.
lake.
Well, this
What
is
was
me
that?
asking the players, like, would you be mad if Freaky tried
Yeah.
that?
Not really.
I don't know. Go for it.
Bozarak of the elemental cults of water. Hear me.
Do we know its name? Did you tell us?
Yes,
Oh, we did. Okay.
I am Orencius de Levantis Crept. And I desire parley. We will decide a location, we'll meet, and we will talk.
Let's see.
Something of your stature should have no reason to fear us.
Let's see. You'll see as like almost like a shadow. There is a
Ooh.
large form emerging from the lake, but it doesn't emerge from. There is a large shadow from the lake
Yeah.
that seems to cross as well under the ice.
So we see two separate
And
forms, one under the ice, one emerging from the lake.
No. The thing, like, it seems to go from the water to the ice, like as if it's like not a physical object, just swimming. It appears in the water first, and then it just very slowly starts to back and forth swim under the ice towards you. And you'll see as it will, like, the Frost Giant and Hilda are both just like, what? They're both. Let's see. Yeah, they're both like standing at the ready.
Hilda.
As well as most likely everybody else.
Brett will, like,
Yep.
put a hand up. Hilda, come here a moment.
Yes. What is going on?
He'll try to whisper in her ear. If you have a way to do detections, do it.
She will nod and she'll say, well, depending on how deep under the ice it is, I might not be able to even sense it in the first place, but I will most certainly try.
I simply want to see if it's actually going to speak to us, or if it's not even going to respect itself enough to do so. Kret says that
See.
a little more audibly.
It would know exactly what you're doing.
Probably, but it's
Uh.
already made its decisions of all that it's willing to do. It's plotted this entire thing out. Let's see if its ego
Let's see.
affected its calculations or not.
Let's see.
Either it will think itself so great that it needs not fear us and show itself, or it will hide the entire time. This is the proving.
That's protection for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
her.
Oh, she doesn't have detective when good. God damn.
Do you want me to
She
do
has
it?
her. I didn't give it to her because she has divine sense, but that wouldn't penetrate the ice. I'll change out a spell. She's got a paladin level. She's got a few paladin levels. Excuse me. So let's see.
I would hope so, because we're supposed to be hunting this thing.
Yeah.
The ability to detect it under the ice and shit would be really helpful.
Let's see, so remove Find Steed and get Detect Evil and Good. Let's see. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, then sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood. Wow.
So yeah, it can go through up to 3 feet, the 3 feet of ice, I think. Because it's roughly comparable to wood, as far as durability.
Let's see. Let's see. There's no actual. I can't find anything asking like, does it go through? Interesting. Okay.
Oh, you're asking if it goes through ice. It's supposed to
yeah.
be. It's objects of comparable density. Ice is similar to wood, so like ice is similar to wood or stone. Like, so just consider it from like materials of similar properties and density, which ice would be a wood or stone kind of deal.
If it's compromised to wood or stone, then is it 1 foot or 3 feet? Because those two have different things in here.
As she does it, she in fact will not sense anything, and she just
Maintain. I just want to see if he'll actually come to meet us or not. He already knows what we're doing. He planned this entire thing out mere minutes after noticing we were here. Considered all the possibilities, made all of his decisions. This is just the proving.
and it will. You see like this eye just staring up at you, like as it goes like on its side. This massive catfish-like body, just seemingly gliding under the ice. Everywhere under the ice it seems to become nearly crystal clear, as if to force you to have a good sight of this creature. This gray and brown monster.
And Kret will direct the party over to probably that pool is probably the nearest actual opening. Come along.
Yeah.
We have a meeting, everyone.
Alrighty.
It will actually speak to everyone at this point. And what is it that you wish to speak of?
We are not at the meeting place yet.
You may. You will not. Thought. Let's see. You will not find me. Find me.
Really?
If you wish to talk, then we can talk.
We shall see about that. Brett will continue guiding the party over to the pool.
Yeah, okay. You guide the party to the pool.
Ryan is nervous about.
Oh, one moment.
I don't want Ryan to die.
Here we go, to the pool of death we go.
Orion brings out his hurdy-gurdy and starts playing.
Since when the hell do you have a hurdy-gurdy?
Da, 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 da. Da, da, da.
Yeah, this is a bit of a difficult thing for like hyper intelligent creatures like this. It's like somewhat difficult to be like 2-minute break. Okay. This might actually be a good place to this image would be. Yeah. When it's cautious, because it knows that the thing might be able to destroy it, but like it's a very powerful, very strong thing. It might, it is a very. But for now, let's see. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll have a little bit more after the like Mr. Krent takes everyone to the water. See what happens. You know what? Actually, it might be best to just end here. That way, we can get Payday and Ghost in to be like, all right, here, what we would do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, then, well, 10-minute break be damned, then.
Yeah.
I can wait the
Is
extra
it-
2 minutes
is this it?
it'll take to wrap up then. I was gonna go take a piss and get a drink, because I thought we still had
Yeah.
2 more hours. Or an hour still.
This is a very important section, and with Ghost and Payday gone.
Yeah. But yeah, it was basically Kret's just trying, because Kret knows that it's already made all its decisions. It's already decided what it's going to do, and nothing's going to change that. It's played this whole thing out. So this is the test. Like, we're having the detection up because if it actually shows itself, then that proves to Kret this is a creature of hubris, that we can exploit that. If it doesn't actually show, that means it airs caution more so than like how much it values itself. At which point we basically just have to go full hostile. There is no talking to it, there is no finessing it. We just have to start doing everything we can to locate it and hit it. Do it military style.
So,
It's the proving.
about this spike.
Yes.
Is it a space needle caused with some sort of infinity gauntlet? Because I've never heard of something like this.
It's an NPC magic thing.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
It returns its consciousness to the infinite void of the far realms, where the aboleths come from, and like the old ones are born.
Yeah.
So it would either never be able to come back together, or it would form into different aboleths that would have no memory of. It could like form itself back together, but that would take a very, very long time.
Yeah. I'm not very happy about us using this MacGuffin, because it seems like it'd be something more useful and important saved for other issues. Because there's like a dozen other things we could do to this thing that could get rid of it permanently. That are less costly and not assured, because this is like, oh, we scatter it in the far realm. And that could have unforeseen effects, as opposed to like, we turn it to stone and store it somewhere, or we, imprison it in a gem, or we fucking feeble-mind it and power word pain it so that it's just trapped in a tank in an IAEG building and racked with agony for all eternity and unable to understand the agony because it's got one intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Is feeble mind permanent?
Basically, kind of, yes. It's until you make the save. The problem is, the thing that you use to make the save is one of the things that gets fucked over by it.
Okay, on fail save, every 30 days, so you have about a month to try it every single time.
Yeah, but the problem is if you also have, like, powered pain on it, it's like your intelligence can drop so low that you are unable to make the save under any circumstance. It depends on the save DC of the person casting it as well. Because, like, if you...
I believe it becomes 1. I don't think it's possible. Even if it's...
Yeah, so...
Actually,
if
what's
you,
a 1?
If you can get, like, a DC 22, it cannot pass the save ever. It would lose proficiency.
Even a DC 20.
If you have a DC 15, it couldn't pass the save ever.
Oh, that's right. The one is... Sorry, my brain is breaking. Yeah, so... Basically, a feeble mind can become permanent. In a way. It doesn't say, like, oh, it's trapped that way forever directly, but the effect it has makes it where that happens. And then you use power word pain, which is wisdom, and then it's just... It can't even use its action or anything like that. It can't even attempt the save anymore because of power word pain. And it can't beat the power word pain save because it can't make wisdom saves effectively. So it can't make the save against... It's a horrible infinite loop of doom. Or you could use the maze spell.
Did you make that loop up, Freaky?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I came up with it just now, yeah. What do you mean that's what I thought?
Because I'm like, wow, that's a really horrifying and sadistic thing. He probably made that up.
Yeah.
I gave it like a 50-50 shot of you reading it on the internet and really liking it, or like you made up that combo.
No, I made up that combo. You could also... Like, Feeble Mind's really good with a lot of ones. Like, any of the ones where it's a mental save that you have to make, and the effect doesn't go away until you do, is like that. The other one is using Maze with Feeble Mind, because they have to make like a DC 25 intelligence check to get out of the maze. And Feeble Mind
God.
does not intelligence.
8? And that is a vicious spell.
Yeah, Feeble Mind is...
It's weird that
it's Yu-Gi-Oh's Mind Crush.
It's weird that Feeble Mind specifies that a heal spell can kill it. It's weird they specified that.
It has to do with, like... You see, back in the day of old D&D, lore fucking mattered. And there's lore with, like, how the Feeble Mind spell works and how the heal spell... Because back in the day when these spells were made, these old spells like Feeble Mind, it wasn't just like, oh, I make a spell and it does this, ha ha ha. How does it work? Oh, it's magic, it just works. No, people used to actually have to think, like, okay, how does this work? Where does the effect come from? What does the effect mean? What's the lore implications? Like, Creation, for instance, talks about, like, oh, you pull shadow material from the Shadowfell. And, like, back in the day, it used to be, like, Ghoul Touch, and the effects of ghouls, it doesn't affect elves because they're so suffused with positive energy that they just can't feel the grip of the grave.
I thought it was... I thought the elves not being able to be affected by ghouls was because, like, I think it wasn't the original ghoul and elf, and it was running so rampant through their society that the elf gods all said, "Okay, we have to do something," and then they just forced immunity onto their people.
That's one of the. You see, here's where D&D has multiple sets of lore, and some of it's said to be legend, and some of it's said to be the actual thing. It's most likely that's the legend, and the actual thing is elves have always been immune. The ghouls were just eating people; they weren't paralyzing people. Because it's the reason elves are so long-lived is because they're of the Feywild. They're creatures very suffused with positive energies from the Feywild. That's why they live so long. And that's also why the ghoul touch can't get them. Because ghoul touch used to also not work on, like, positive energy celestials and shit like that. Just things that
Neat.
live forever through like, positive energy. I think it was, like, the monk and druid ones that extend your life would also make you immune to it. There was all sorts of things. Like, back in the day, all these spells and abilities had reasons. Deep lore connections and reasons. And some of that bled all the way through the 5th edition.
How close are you getting to the pool, Freaky?
I assume we're approaching probably within 10 feet of the pool because it's the meeting area. Like, basically, Kret wants it to be where if it extends from the pool, the detection will detect that it's actually there. That's the goal here.
Yeah.
We're not... The goal is less to attack it and more to see if it'll actually show its face or not. Or if we're just gonna get, like, some phantasm.
You do not get its face. It continues with the image of itself.
Okay, then. If that does happen, and it, like, raises from the pool and it's just an image, an illusion, let's say, Hilda, did he actually show?
Let's see. It doesn't actually raise from the water. It simply remains underneath it. But she will simply shake her head now.
Then you never had any intention of having any sort of diplomacy with us from the get-go. You will no longer waste our time. And that will be next session.
You'll all just hear like this echoing laughter of like 1,000 people before the phantasm simply disappears.
Approving. Brett's dealt with creatures that are smarter than him many times. You know how much intelligence a fucking pit fiend has? 23!
Really?
It might actually be more. Let me go check.
That is interesting.
I don't believe. I don't. That's a lot.
That's also a very weird idea. Like the ultra intelligent being that has the combined intelligence and experiences
22.
of probably billions of years has less intelligence than a pit fiend.
Pit fiend has 20. Well, pit fiends. Do you have any idea how old pit fiends get? There are pit fiends from the dawn of the Hells. There are pit fiends from before the devils moved to Baator.
Yeah, but like Abolus existed since like before the concept of time even existed.
Well, that would give it wisdom, not intelligence, because intelligence is your mental acuity. It's how much processing power you have. And that says, like, that 22 int of pit fiends, that says something about pit fiends, because they are, like, prime devils. They have, like, 26 strength, 14 dex, 24 constitution, 22 intelligence, 18 wisdom, 24 charisma. So pit fiends are no fucking joke. It's like what you see on the sheet of pit fiend. That's a naked pit fiend. That's I just crawled out of the flames of Philagathos after proving myself. I have nothing right now.
Yeah.
A pit fiend is not going to be like that if it's been a pit fiend a while. it's also going to have like class levels, a bunch of magic items, its own gear. It's probably going to have slightly different stats if it like was better at certain things. Like, they're going to have a lot. Like, you can expect to see like a 20th level wizard pit fiend. They get crazy.
Yeah, that like fucking dragons. It's so old it can do so much shit.
Well, dragons die in like a couple of tens of thousand years. Or yeah,
Aren't they functionally immortal?
I think so, but they're prone to like giving up on life after a while. Like they make it like tens of thousands to 100,000 roughly. But devils are like planar entities where they actually are part of like the lawful thing. Like, being a pit fiend is not like I sit on a throne and board all day because I'm a pit fiend. What do I have to worry about? No, it's constant work. You don't sleep. You don't eat. You work. You work. You work. You don't think about your place in the universe. You work. That's all you do.
It's
Every
freaky.
single thing.
Did you see the thing I sent you in Discord?
Shit posting. Excited for D&D. Enough to show up? Question mark. Fucking murder someone. But
Murder me.
no, murder boxtrots. But yeah, basically this was the proving of like, it's either an aboleth with great hubris that will actually show itself, or it's, you know, it's a cautious one and it will refuse to from the get-go. And this was to prove, like, do we chase it and try to talk to it and try to finesse this, or do we go full kick in the door, let's go? And
Yeah.
it shows. And this thing has like 24 intelligence or some shit like that, so it's calculated this, and it's thought of everything Kret's gonna think of and more. So therefore, we door kicker this. We kick in this door. We do not try to go through the back door. There is no back door. The back door is rigged to explode. We kick in the front door and kill everything. We blast through a wall.
Man, Massive Reward is just a D4.
Because that's how you beat someone who knows what you're going to do before you do it. You simply move in with so much ferocity and intensity and speed that they don't get the chance to do anything about it. As for...
I really do find their ability rather interesting. That if they talk to you at all, they just learn what you want most in life.
Yeah. I mean, it would have noticed Kret doesn't quite know what he wants. That's the strongest set of desires he could find, but not very convincing.
They are the ultimate telemarketer.
They're the ultimate
it
what?
took me-
Tarot card reader.
Telemarketer.
Oh, telemarketer.
Uh,
Yeah.
It took me a bit to figure out what Orion's greatest desire was.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, the thing with Kret is, why do you think he wants immortality? Kret feels
So he
robbed.
could figure out what the fuck to do.
Kret feels robbed.
Didn't want to talk to
Doesn't
me.
have enough time.
Little shit.
Or it doesn't want anything that it can extort.
Well,
Well, I mean, Orion doesn't want anything it can give him.
You say
he
that.
could.
Oh,
It
actually,
could.
no.
It's a member of the elemental cult. It has access to the others. It could get you access to Azers and like fire snakes and shit like that. Some of the greatest smiths across the multiverse to teach you, like tell you
Oh
how to
my
like
God,
make
yeah.
explosive powders and shit like that.
Not only that, but doesn't
You know, his
Orion
greatest
have-
desire is to.
Doesn't Orion have some dark past issues? Some pain.
no, I
some
believe he
sadness?
just. I believe
Not
he just wants
really,
to kill
actually.
people.
In the other, well, in Rhyme, he does. He has a fucked up path.
Okay, I thought you were doing that
What?
here.
No, so like, Rhyme has a darker timeline for Orion.
Yeah.
Um,
Wiki.
Oh,
This
you
is-
went dark timeline, Orion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky, this is
Mhm.
Orion First Edition. This is when he was still a Commander Alchemist character.
Bright timeline.
He like
Got his
this Orion has questionable morals, but like a bright past and
big hipped horny goth GF.
What?
You heard me.
Uh,
Big hipped horny goth GF.
yeah, I got the joke. I'm just doing the. Excuse me. Excuse me.
What? You have big hips. You have horns, and you're his friend who is a girl.
You say the way you say it. It's very wrong.
What'd I say?
Go away. Fortune not wanting to admit that she knows exactly what that means.
this Orion has the potential to turn into Rhyme Orion,
Yeah.
but I don't think
Fortune.
Fortune
dies.
or any of the others would let him.
No, but that's the thing.
Because
If Fortune dies.
if Fortune dies, all hell breaks loose. Because see, Orion, he's a sweetheart.
Oh,
But if-
William!
But if someone goes, if
I
someone's
don't
about to
agree.
kill,
On him as a sweetheart.
if someone wants needs to die, he won't hesitate before killing him.
You murdered a government official for her.
Yeah.
He'd have no problem murdering that government official if anyone told him, really. I need to kill. This guy needs to die. Okay. Does he really need to die? Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Though, yeah, he'll do it for Fortune with less questions.
Just, I need you. Kill a clown.
Got it.
So I'm
Get him
starting
near a
to
window.
know why you've made your characters very high, very low.
I need to-
You know what? You know
I
what
need
it
to
is.
torture
It's
this clown. Got it. Get it.
you
get
know,
him in
you
a
know
room
what that
with me.
is. It's that scene from the town. Look, all right. Listen, I need your help. I can't tell you what we're gonna do. We can never talk about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Okay.
All right, we taking your car or mine.
Exactly. It's like he takes no pleasure from this, but he will not hesitate.
He takes intense pleasure from it.
Fortune gives off that aura of like, whatever reasons she has, they have to be good reasons. The reality. I
Yeah.
have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea if this is the right choice. I have no idea how badly this is going to hurt people. Oh my god, holy shit.
Which is why what she ends up deciding is probably the right thing, because she deliberates on it for fucking decades.
Yeah, well, it's the episode of American Dad where Steve keeps getting talked into doing stupid, harmful things by that guy who's got like the soft-spoken
Yeah,
Australian
I remember
accent.
that.
He's like, your accent keeps convincing me that everything's gonna be okay. That's Fortune. Fortune, your accent keeps convincing
Yeah,
me that
the one where
everything
he
about all your
fucking
intentions are
goes to the.
perfectly innocent.
Oh man,
The nudist beach.
I remember that episode.
Yeah.
In this, all Orion wants, like his greatest desire is to just to achieve perfection, like to make the perfect gear, the perfect gun, the perfect stuff to aid him, and to be able to wield them to absolute perfection. And he wants to be the one who makes all this.
Fortune is the most direct threat to this goal.
Of what goal?
To him being the one to make all these perfect things.
Oh yeah, because she's gonna make them.
She's already made a few
Yep.
of them. She's already beat him to the punch a couple of times.
Well, he made his own gun, and like
The only one that matters.
he's fine with using concepts from others, but he wants to be the one. He wants to make the things with his own hands.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's got a gas mask.
He will make his own, and he will improve upon it.
Fortune's gonna come back. It's just gonna be like Orion's gonna shoot the bullets. He's like, why does the smoke smell different? Also, why is it there's not as much smoke? It was quieter. What's happening?
Why is he so much higher quality?
Fortune's been working on something. How long have we been gone so far? How long has Fortune been gone? It's been
3 or 4, almost a month in game.
okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. How much in game? It's a month so far. Because yeah, one of the things she was doing is
He's got plenty of time to spend with Dad
True. She's very happy about that.
until he gets drunk again and kaboom.
Oh, he's
Now
been
no
drunk.
one's there.
He's been drunk many times so far. And Fortune's been drunk too. Fortune has been drinking again.
I mean kaboom.
No,
Like
no splody.
yeah. They both start drinking, and not only does he die, the entire family does as well. And a good bit of the city of Trunog is accidentally blown in, is either destroyed or falls into the lava. And it's entirely your fault. And you wake up in the middle of this on a little island, just floating in the lava.
Damn it, Chico! Take me with.
Just drowns herself in the lava.
Yeah. What was the other? There was more. Yeah, she's mostly just continuing her artificer training and doing those two things. Well, those three things. These are what she's
Something
working
kinda
on
funny.
this time. Yeah.
Nice. Something kind of funny is I actually have like another guy, the guy in the other Archon party, who is a artificer, and like he's like the Warforged artificer. He's basically just Sprocket.
Yeah.
Like I am an I'm an armor artificer, and I like to make shit, and I'm a Warforged. And he's the one who took the demon deal, Freaky, if you remember.
Oh god. That poor boy.
Oh, also,
He's actually gotten way into it now.
Yeah.
some friends of mine want to get into D&D, and they want me to DM for them. What modules would you guys recommend?
Lost
Like
Mine.
for- it's a
Waterdeep
mod-
Dragon Heist
it's a-
or Lost Mines of Fendelver.
All right.
If you do
they're a
Dragon
simple
Heist,
one
can I
to-
join?
Sorry.
If you do Dragon Heist, can I join? I've gotten into 2 Dragon Heist games and they both died immediately. Before I even got to do
You want to
anything.
kill his game?
Interesting.
I have a curse.
Well,
apparently.
okay. So
Well, I didn't
it's a-
kill them. It was just
it's-
like I go to one session and then it's like, sorry guys, I'm moving and I can't run the session anymore because of the time zone change.
problem with that. First off,
Tried.
it's mostly in person.
Oh, okay.
Second, it is also like the times are going to be weird, and it's also a combination of like some of the players are going to be new, some of them aren't, some of them are going to like, and some are going to take it more or less seriously than others.
Okay.
It's a very much like
Astra's never met
it's not
the
going to be
other
nearly
group
as serious as these.
Astra, you've never met the other group I play with, have you?
No.
Let's put it this way. I'm like I was temporarily playing a necromancer in the other group where we also used my undead rules, and I got dread warriors. You know, we
Mhm.
named the dread warriors in that group. I did not choose this name, but you know what we named them?
What?
Zombobby
What?
and Ron. We have on several occasions been chased by a man named Traveling Dan, the Potion Man, who sells us dirt water and swears it's potions.
Zombie, no!
In our Rawrin game, after several months and dozens of sessions, we finally learn the secret of our short-hooded party member, Bob. It turns out he is an awoken chimp. He's been a monkey this whole time.
That's
God
amazing.
damn it.
How long has that evaded anyone?
Let's see. He was successfully able to hide it from the party for almost a year. In real life time. Over a year in game time.
Wow.
That is fucking
Just
amazing.
an awakened. Oh my
Wow.
god,
We
That
like,
man
the long con.
He was an awakened.
That
Not
man
a chimp, he was a monkey.
is
He was
a-
an awakened monkey.
master of disguise and
Yeah.
Did
That-
nobody ever see him?
No.
Did he just adamantly refuse to take the thing off?
He adamantly refused, and the hood was like, it had the dread helmet-like effect, so it was a black void with glowing eyes. He was
Oh
wearing
my
a
god,
special mask.
that makes it
The
so
best part
much
is,
funnier.
he's not even an awoken monkey. He's just like a monkey. And he was wearing like this magic item mask that let him speak common. But it was damaged, so he was speaking with a stutter for that entire time. And after he revealed, we were able to fix his mask for him, and now he's like all confused. He's like, oh my god, I have to be Bob without the stutter. This is weird. So that's
That's
what's
like
happening.
that.
amazing.
We have another character named Galim. He speaks with like Indian accent kind of guy, just like welcome to customer support kind of guy.
Customer support.
A list of Galim's exploits. Sleeping with random elven women in every town we go to. Eating soup.
I like
he
the
knows-
specification of elven
Specifically elven, calling every elven he meets elf woman. Eating soup he knows is poisoned. Licking goop off of walls. Performing random acts of arson. Writing the Communist Manifesto. Being a
Oh my
double
God.
being a double agent for an opposing nation named the Darmaron Empire. Getting himself involved with a Tao cult. Accidentally committing terrorist acts and being brought before a tribunal as a result. Pulling my wizard out of a small hiatus of grieving after the loss of her pet snake. It's a long story. She nearly strangled him for that.
Wait, what did he do?
He got caught like talking about killing off all the nobles in the capital city by letting a bunch of shadow spawn that were gathering as an army beneath the city to just carry out what they were doing. And this was heard by a certain paladin of the order that belonged to the city. And
So he
got-
was saying like, all right, I'm just gonna I know about this thing and I'm just gonna allow it to happen, or
He-
did he
he
say
was-
I'm going to let them in?
he was arguing to let it happen.
Ah.
So him and our Warforged Am both got
Oh,
yes, it is that reference.
Is that that is an I have no mouth but I must scream reference, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
Oh, that's fucking horrible. Why would that be the reference you make? That's like
Because he's
that's like saying, "Oh, I named my character Adolf."
I mean
Like, what the fuck?
he was built as a killbot. Like he's a proper Warforged where he's a killbot it's literally, he's one of the things they just drop on the field and say, kill everything.
God.
Oh,
So he was a kill
The
bot.
robots have a preset kill limit.
This one does not.
I'd actually love for you to. I'd have loved for you to join this game because it
Ghost got into
would be
the
a
game for a time, but he left. We might have an... let's see.
Oh no, I mean, like, I'd love for you to join the game. I'm
Yeah.
gonna run, but I don't know.
Yeah, I actually handle less serious games really well, because we have a lot of fun in the other group. And I often, like, choose to play straight man, because I know I was playing Snake Witch in the desert game, the Robin game, and that leads to a lot of fun instances. In Call of the Dragons, which is the other one, I was playing Snake Witch in 2 games, by the way, because the Desert game came after Call of the Dragons. I was already playing Snake Witch, but Desert game's set in Rauren, which is supposed to be her fucking homeland. I'm like, God damn it, DM, why'd you do this to me? So now I had to play her twice. Recently got rid of her, though. And my backup is Snake Witch's apprentice, who will be taking Undying Warlock levels later, after certain events happen.
Fucking hell!
After certain events
Are you
happen.
pulling another fortune?
No, this is more of an alternate Kret kind of deal. It's not Kret himself, but
Oh, boy.
it's like an alternate version of the Kret story. It's supposed to be running test material for Kret, so like attempts at lichdom. But so yeah, there's that, and that character was one I literally threw together that was supposed to only be an NPC. I literally rolled dice to build this character.
Who?
Yeah, Islyson. You don't know the character. High Elf Necromancer Wizard Islyson. And yes, I did use the Lady Shadowy voice, because I'm like, well, I want to use that voice, and now's the time. Yes, my name's Islyson. Yes, I know what that means in Elven.
Oh my god. You're being such a bitch.
This is
Oh
Bob.
god!
This is wrong.
The more you talk about it, the more I want you to join this game. But I also, again, it's mostly in person. B, I don't know how comfortable they'd be with you. But god damn it, it
Here's
sounds
what you
like
do.
you.
You just
be so-
convince them all to do it over Roll20 and Discord from home.
Yeah, but I want their first, like, some of them are like completely new to D&D, and I want their first session to be in person, because I feel that D&D is
All
best
of
played
my-
in person.
All of my D&D has been done online. I've never played it in person.
I've
I
played
haven't
one
played it.
game in person.
Same here, actually. I've played for the first long time of playing D&D. I never played in person, but then since I moved to Canada, I got to play.
No,
in
I
a few,
mean like literally
games.
one game.
Oh
Like
fuck!
one session I have ever played has been in person.
I've never played one in person
We gotta-
because I don't believe anyone else knew where I live plays D&D or even knows it exists.
Oh, in the other
Yep.
group? Okay, so there was... Oh... So, Nigel Hume Man, my human battle
Yes.
master fighter,
By the way,
was born in that
I told
group.
the story you told about Skeleton Team 6.
Skelly Team 6, yeah.
Yeah. I want to do that.
Where I ruined my own fucking boss fight. Or you want the Skeleton Gunman.
Yeah, Skeleton Gunman. Just a group of like 8 skeletons with muskets. They deal like a pretty decent amount of damage.
Those skeletons had lever action rifles.
See, what are the stats on a lever action in D&D?
2d6. It technically doesn't
Oh, yeah.
exist in D&D. I homebrewed these.
Ah.
But I used the same, like, mechanical chain, like, where it was going. It's 2d6. It can hold
So
up to...
greatsword where
You can shoot it 6 times before you have to load it. It is internal magazine, so each load actually loads 1 bullet. Unless you have the gunner feat, which will load 2 bullets, or if it has the loading ability, which will load another. You basically, for each thing that would give you free
Oh,
loading.
it's 2 bullets. Huh. Yeah.
For each thing that
Interesting.
would give you free loading, you get +1. So let's say you have the gunner feat and the loading property from like Artificer. That would let you load 3 bullets in all, because 1 from your load action, 1 from the loading property enhancement, the loading infusion, and 1 from gunner.
What about the one where you just get infinite ammo?
That's the loading infusion, and I always hated that infusion and felt it was very short-sighted for Wizards of the Coast to do it in the first place like that. So I nerfed it.
Okay.
It gives you +1 as well as that property anyway, so it was always too powerful. So yeah, I made it where it instead gives you +1 load, so it's +1 to damage and attack rolls and loading. So if you have the loading infusion and you take the load action, you load 2 bullets instead of 1. It does not give you unlimited free ammo, because that gets pretty fucking crazy down the line. To talk about how crazy that ability is and how little thought went into it, what happens if you put that infusion on a ballista?
And it still takes 3 actions, or it takes 2 actions rather. It's 1 action to aim and 1 action to fire.
Which is kind of odd because they don't do whatever. But so yeah, you miss the loading action. You only have to aim it once before it starts firing.
Unless the target is moving.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you could also do this. You could also like specially build a ballista to not have such a, fucked up load system. It depends on like how you do it, but
or if you're like ship to ship combat.
Yeah. It also gets pretty bad with the heavy crossbow. Is another thing. Well, I say pretty bad, not in comparison to guns, but either way, it goes into any time you have something that you can load more than 1 shot into, like the gunslinger weapons and stuff like that, it becomes insane. And since gunslinger is official now, they really should have considered that.
Oh, it is official now?
It's official, sanctioned. It is sanctioned. It was in Tasha's Cauldron.
I know it's on D&D Beyond. Oh, it was?
I think so, yeah.
Well, it's being released in a book, I think.
Yeah, my point
at some point.
Yeah, they have repeating firearms, and there's always been like revolvers and stuff like that, and like the antimatter rifle in the books. Like there are
antimatter and like laser guns are very like specific niche things. I think there is a single it's a one shot where it's you found an alien ship and you need to help the crew find like a power source from another alien ship that crash landed because they were fighting.
I'd love to play that one shot.
Well,
the Mothership Zeta.
I'm head to bed.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Oh, that was the group where. Oh, I made that group cry. That was fun. My other group. Because Nigel died.
Oh yeah. You. I remember you were late for like an hour because you were in the funeral.
Yeah, no, the funeral never got to happen. It was the events leading up to it because they had to tell Fortune. And that didn't go well. So first I broke their hearts with that. And then a piece of backstory that I didn't really think through all the way. Paid off, I'm gonna say. A happy little accident. So, Nigel's
What did you do?
Nigel's parents are as follows. His mother, Lord's Alliance woman, very proud member of that part of the military, died on the line of duty because shitty orders from armchair generals, armchair admirals and the like. Your old dad bit of a jokester, bit of a tortured soul, bit of a sad clown. After losing his wife, became a much sadder clown. And then Nigel died. So his already struggling with depression father, who's already lost his wife, loses his son too. Their only son. Their only child. And now he is alone. And he's an apothecary, so he works with toxic materials all the time. They told him. He thanked them for telling him. He closed the shop as they walked out. And they haven't seen him again yet because we haven't done the next session of that because the DM had to leave. And that's, I think that game is dead. Let's just say he won't be showing up to the funeral. He doesn't, there's nothing he needs to see. And there's no need to say goodbye if he can do it in person, per se.
That's sad.
Yeah. So I shattered their little souls with that. Because I remember, I'm like, oh yeah, Nigel's dad is the sad clown type. He struggles with depression because of the loss of his wife and the hard life he lived before that. Oh, and then Nigel dies and he has no one. Oh. I didn't think that through. So yeah, that happened. I also played Cedric in that game for a time. You know, Sasha's dad. And they loved Cedric.
Yeah.
They loved Cedric so much. Basically what happened was, like, I was playing Teal, but we used to have another player in that group. And he was like, I don't like the tone Teal's setting, so I'm thinking about leaving the group. And I said, okay, no, I'll change characters, it'll be fine. And then that fucker just left the group anyway a few weeks later.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and he wasn't as active in the group either, so I really should have seen that coming.
Just seems like a dick move.
Yeah, it was. And it wasn't even like he had to go or something, he just ghosted us.
Jeez.
I don't mean our ghost, I mean just gone.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean.
So yeah, fuck that guy. So I was down a Teal, and I was playing Cedric, because I was like, you know, I'll give them the complete opposite of Teal, I'll give them Cedric, ultimate cinnamon bun boy. The softest wizard. But after, you know, that player left, I'm like, well, you know, I don't much care for Cedric. Or no, it was before he left that I was like, Cedric's not very fun, and I just did him in spur of the moment. So I built Nigel for that group, and Nigel went really well. Everyone loved Nigel. Nigel, the foul-mouthed Texan fighter. One of the only two characters I have Texan accents. It's him and Olivia.
Yeah, I've got my Earth Genasi twins with their Texan accents, like one like the gunslinger cowboy monk, and like the abjuration Southern Belle.
Oh, I should something like I actually have a lot more of my characters should have French accents, because a lot of them are from Baldur's Gate. So there's Fortune, there's Duran, who's Fortune's brother, who you haven't seen yet. Something you didn't see in Dragon Lords that I did have content for that never happened. Courtesy's accent is put on. She talks more like her father, but she actually does have she was raised more in Baldur's Gate, where she would have the French accent, but she hides it. So
I would have gone way harder on like the Aboleth thing, but it's 5 in the morning, and I don't want to wake my roommate up,
Do it.
especially because he works opening shift.
Ugh. Who else? I was considering His Majesty Sir Principality Decius Arx Esquire, but I'm not sure yet. Who else is from Baldur's Gate? There's... So it's Fortune Duran, Courtesy's mother, Favor, would also have it. But she's not quite a character that plays, she's an NPC. So we're not going to count her. So that's 3 off the bat right there. I want to play Duran, but I'm not sure where I want to go with him. Do I want him looking for fortune, or do I want him a bit too caught up in his own deal? Do I want to put more of the Curse of Despater on it, or do I want it to be where it's sort of happening, but he's dealing with the other thing a bit too much? 'Cause the way Duran works is, Duran wanted to be a wizard. Duran didn't grow up in a very nice neighborhood or household, as you know. So he couldn't really afford that life. So he's like, you know, I'll do a bit of stealing. I'll do a bit of clandestine stealing. And he was on his way sort of becoming an arcane trickster rogue, because he was learning wizardry by basically stealing everything he needs. And, you know, on one of these heists, it's a good heist. They get a good haul. He finds a statue. Well, to be fair, he found a lead box, and when he opens it, there's a statuette in it. The statuette features a very tall, very thin humanoid figure with no features on its head, wearing the clothes of a nobleman.
Michael Jackson?
Nope. Carved completely out of a black stone, probably granite.
Okay. It would have been white marble, and then okay.
Yeah. You know, usually you'd roll some in. He's been infested with the Tulpa effect of like a Slender Man kind of deal. It is the Slender Man portion of D&D, but I made it where it's something a bit more than that is going on. So he's been infested with the Tulpa effect. He's basically being attacked or being hunted by a sentient phantasm, like a phantasmal force or a phantasmal killer.
Cool.
He's being hunted by a sentient one of those that is now aware of him, or he's aware of it, so now it's infected him. And I wrote out a bunch of mechanics for, like, how that works. You know how I just had heart attack mechanics on hand, ready to go? Remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason I had those on hand, ready to go. It wasn't for the work juice.
For some reason, that makes me think of It Follows.
I mean, It Follows is based off Slenderman.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Hey, kitty.
And he's
You're being okay, and when I go to pet you, you immediately run to fuck you.
Yeah. For him, I wanted to use the Psionics Warlock thing, or Great Old One Warlock, depending on which one is available. I like made a homebrew one, but I also have a build for him that uses just regular Great Old One. And yeah, he's a proper Great Old One Warlock, where his power is not a result of a pact with a Great Old One or anything like that, but his attempts to escape one. So he learned about it, now it knows about him, and now it's, you know, hunting him as it would any other food. It doesn't care about it. And he's...
I like how it's food.
Yeah. He's, you know, getting his warlock powers from just his studies and struggles of trying to get away from it. Now, I know what you're thinking. Where does the Curse of Despater play into all of this? Why do you think he was so unlucky that he would find a cursed as fuck statue like that?
I have a lot of characters. I go with a theme more or less for some of them, but a lot of them I go with a. I like to think that a lot of them I have various ideas for, but honestly, if I were to play some of them, I would probably have no idea what to do with them.
Oh, I usually
Like I go with I have Clay in a Princes of the Apocalypse game, and like I have him as like this super polite cowboy, just like like who apologizes to the enemies like as he's killing them.
sorry to have to come to this.
No hard feelings. Sorry about this. You're not gonna hold this against me, are you? Things like that. But yeah, and a lot of I find myself a bit stumped for like what to actually do with him every now and then.
Yeah.
Haresh is a bit easier.
Oh, about
See.
Clay.
Yeah.
Okay, you know Olivia, right? And how I was considering a different vampire spawn before Olivia.
Yeah.
The other one was Dante, who is another one of the vampire spawn from my Laurent Tale game. He is a gunslinger. He's the cowboy kind of deal. He's basically a lot of what you describe with Clay, except more of the, you know, the renegade kind of mercenary type. So mean Clay. I'm just imagining these two characters in the same party. This is the Western now.
The two of them shooting people, see who gets the most accurate shots, like calling out their shots, like I'm going for his left thigh about half an inch above his kneecap. Pow!
I just want him dead. Bans the hammer. Yeah. Oh, that was something I wanted to talk to.
He's a fighter, right?
Yeah, he's gunslinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. He was sort of. A lot of the stuff that you see with like Fortune and all that was stuff I've been prototyping for years. By the way, like the prototype original first like thing to ever be anything close to Fortune was the NPC in Laurent Tale, was the engineer that was providing all of these vampires with their guns, who was Scarlet. And Scarlet would not be seen throughout the entire game unless you get to like the final boss room, but only if you do it under the like they knew you're coming scenario. Because you could sneak in, stuff like that, but there's they know you're coming and they have like a battlement set up. And if you go through that scenario, the party will encounter Scarlet. Because the final boss room is the Yagnoloth, Fezrikal, I can't remember what his name was. The Yagnoloth, the Vampire Lord, Lady Hesta Linthart, 2 vampire spawn, and Scarlet, who is set up in some sandbags in the corner of the room with a fucking Gatling gun.
Oh my god.
What do you mean D10 fire rate? Yes. Or no, it was like 2d6. What do you mean 2d6 fire rate? Yes. First time.
Wait, so every shot or every like attack action is 2d6 bullets hitting them?
It's literally roll to hit. The fire rate.
Oh, they're hit by 2d6. Oh.
No, like here, sort of.
No, like 2d6 numbers of bullets, and each bullet does an amount of damage.
Yeah. So here's how it works.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, this was something I was planning with if Fortune ever makes like the M1 Thompson style guns or anything like that. Different guns have a fire rate, so the M1 Thompson that would have a D6, I think. So it'd be you roll to hit. So let's say you roll your 22 or whatever you hit. You then roll a d6. And let's say you roll 3. That means you fire 6 rounds. You fire an amount equal to the die in your little burst. So you roll like the 3. So you fired 6 rounds, 3 of them hit. So the target would take, in the case of the M1 Thompson, which would be d10s. So it'd be 1d10 plus dex, and then an additional 2d10 hit you. So 3d10 plus dex. And that's how fire rate weapons work. And then we have the fact that these are usually magazine fed, so you don't even need like the special loading skill or anything. It's just, I take the load action, I completely reload it because it's magazine fed. And that's where we go into like technology eventually catches up with it. Yeah, and the Gatling gun had a 2d6 fire rate, so it could just mulch someone, which is terrifying. I think it was using d10s as well.
Yeah, it's a fucking Gatling gun.
Yeah. They encountered one. I made sure that it wasn't just like you walk into the room and get mulched, haha, because you didn't expect that. Because if they storm the front of the manor, there's another Gatling gun up on a balcony up above, like shooting down the courtyard where they have statues and stuff as cover, so they can learn the mechanics of it before they end up in a room with one. So I give them a chance to learn how dangerous one is in a safer environment before I put them in a situation where it's just, you have no cover and you're fucking fucked if you don't get that thing down right now. And they did.
I remember reading one of those stories, Humans Are Space Orcs.
Yeah.
Oh, and it was about minigun. Oh, you read that too?
Yeah, I watch Aggro Squirrel's channel and just listen to it.
Oh, that's where I found. I watch it too.
Mm-hmm.
God, you and I have watched so many of the same channels.
Yep.
This fucking. How diminutive and pathetic must these guns be if they are called mini?
It's the closest thing we have to a laser cannon in the modern day, or a las gun in the modern day.
Exactly is a las gun.
A las gun is a laser gun that's a continuous beam. So, a laser rifle, quote unquote, would just be one sudden burst laser, and those would be incredibly powerful. Like with the technology we have now, we can make actual laser guns, and we actually use this for point defense. We use these things to like shoot missiles out of the sky. Like right now, today, we have them mounted on drones. And you could basically do one very like short, like microsecond long burst of an extremely powerful laser, like using all the power you'd use to maintain that laser for a full minute in an instant. And you just burn a hole straight through a missile with that and like destroy its explosives. And that's how our like point defense works. But a las gun is sort of a sci-fi idea of a laser that powerful, but you can do it in a sustained beam. You pull the trigger and just sway the gun around. It cuts things up. Did you watch Iron Man? I think 3, or maybe it was in Age of Ultron or something. There's one of them where he has like those 2 wrist-mounted lasers, where it sends out these 2 red beams that just, he swings around, it just cuts like 50 robots into pieces. And then he like ejects the cartridges. Yeah, in Iron Man 2, it's that's a las gun. The beam cannon from Halo Reach, which is like one of the Covenant sniper rifles that was used by the skirmishers. That's a las gun. The Sentinel beam from Halo, the ones that the little flying robots in the flood levels use, those are las guns. Well, that's a las gun, the sustained laser beam.
Like the laser heavy in Mass Effect 2.
Is that one continuous beam or is that a bunch of beams?
The collector beam, yeah. It's
yes.
one big continuous beam.
Yes. Then yes. That's a lasgun.
Yeah.
It's the closest
I
thing we have to a lasgun in the modern day. It's the minigun.
I remember the first time I played that game, I used to use that, but when I started replaying it, when I replayed it with the new update or like the remake, when I started playing the remake, I switched to the fucking nuke, and oh my god, even on like the hardest difficulty in the game, that thing does like a third of the final boss's HP.
That's similar to the so you played Fallout 4, right?
Yes,
You know
unfortunately.
Fallout 4 was not that bad. It wasn't a good Fallout game, but it was still a good game. I will not call it a bad game. I'll call it a bad Fallout game.
Yeah. Bethesda should not make Fallout games.
They definitely can. We've seen the pieces. Like, some of the pieces in Fallout 3 were good. Some of them weren't. Like, some of the story elements for Fallout 3 were actually good, but the problem is we needed more than that. Fallout 3 had, like, a core story that was half good.
It didn't have
nothing.
a story because the key problem with Fallout 3 is that you're not the main character.
Yeah, your dad is. Yeah.
Your dad is.
Mhm.
You're just some asshole who freed him.
Well, there is a way to make that work. They just didn't hit the mark. But what I'm saying is, Fallout 3 was almost good in story, but there needed to be more to it than what we... Because there was that, but then there was just nothing else.
It's...
what I'm saying is...
I could just go off. I could just go off on Fallout 3.
Fallout 4 got the gameplay down. Like, the power armor feels great, the gunplay feels good. The armor systems are great, the gun modification's great. They could have done more with pipe weapons to make them viable in the late game, but otherwise they were really fun because you could go from pistol to full machine gun rifle and all that from any position. Like, you could turn a pipe gun to any kind of gun, so they were incredibly versatile. But the problem was the story of... And, like, a lot of the characters of Fallout 4, there were a lot of fun characters, but the problem is everything was too shallow. Everything was way too shallow.
Yeah.
Like, blowing up the Institute should have been the first half of the game. There should have been a lot more. Or even not blowing up the Institute, but, dealing with the Institute should have been the first half.
I mean, there is still a pretty good amount. Like, you still have to destroy the other factions as well. Like, if you're with the Minutemen and you destroy the Institute, when you destroy the Institute, there's a bit afterwards where, like, the Brotherhood of Steel attacks you.
Well, that goes
and
into,
you have
like...
to shoot down the Pridwin with a cannon.
Yeah. But that goes into the issue of, like, yeah, the Pridwin, that was a good enough move. The Minutemen shouldn't have blown up the Institute. They should have taken it. Like, they could have cleared it out, but they should have taken it for their own uses. Because, think about it this way. What's the Minutemen's motto?
Forget.
Help at a minute's notice.
Oh, yeah, and they could teleport, yeah.
Yeah, imagine if they could actually do it in a minute. Imagine if they had the network of bird spy robots with which to locate trouble and teleport in troops.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Fallout 4 was alright.
Fallout 4 was
It wasn't
wasted
nearly as
potential.
terrible as 3.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, they are capable. There's just something happening in their development team that's strangling these projects. Someone somewhere is strangling it. Because we've seen it. They can do it. It's in there. Some of it's creeping through. There's just someone somewhere in it that's strangling it.
The core thing about, like, there's a microcosm of 3 and it is the Mechanist and the Antagonizer.
Oh yeah, those were fun.
It's a quest in a town that's a really good and touching quest. How do you find the town? Is there like did someone tell you about it? No. Is it like obvious on the map? No. Is it like somewhere? Is it like on the way to somewhere? No. It's a random town. It's this random tiny town in a random corner of the map that you just have to find.
Yep.
It's a really nice, really touching quest, but in order to get the best ending for that quest, you have to go onto the opposite side of the map and open a random terminal and find a random piece of information. The game does not tell you this. And it doesn't do anything about that.
Hint you towards it either.
Yeah, it doesn't narratively hint you towards it that you can do this.
Yeah, there's no I
the
used
most
to work
interesting
at this facility and I left some things behind there.
Yeah, nothing about that. It's just a random computer on a random section of the map has a random entry that lets you finish this quest. Then there's like the fact that like there's the old lady with the violin. You have to help her find the world's last Stradivarius. That's a really nice quest.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you a really nice reward. You get to hear her play it over the radio. How do you find her? She's in the middle of a canyon that if you're not looking directly at the entrance, you can't see it.
And this goes into...
Or Harold. Harold.
They point you to Harold.
The single most interesting quest... What?
They point you directly to Harold.
No, they don't. Because the only way to find this place is to find... There's random encounters, or there's a guy in a bell tower who shoots at you. The grove is at like the northmost part of the map. The westmost part of the map has this guy in a bell tower who shoots at you, and he has a
Three Dog talks about it on the radio.
Three Dog.
Occasionally. He says,
yeah, he says there might be something.
Yeah,
but he doesn't actually tell you where it is. You have to find it.
He tells you it's like to the northeast.
No, he doesn't.
I remember he does. Huh. Maybe I'm misremembering. I remember getting like a Morrowind-esque, I heard about this place to the northeast kind of deal for it, but I might be misremembering then.
That might have been like one of the random encounters.
Maybe. I remember getting pointed to it, but yeah. But
and then there's the general, who is the most paper-thin villain I've ever heard of. And then the president,
I already know
who you can
watched.
talk into.
I know the video you watched, William. I know what you're quoting.
H-Bomber guy, yes.
Yeah, I already know what you're quoting here.
It's just a bad game. Like I beat Fallout 3.
Yeah.
I didn't want to. Like, I used to think it was good, and then I played New Vegas.
Well, the thing is, I played both of them, and I still had respect for 3's tone. Because a lot of people say, like, oh, the map's so big and empty, and it's so dreary, and everything's green. It gave off a really good tone of atomic desolation. As a result. The problem was, there was just nothing deeper than that. Because, like, all those quests and how they're so out of the way and hard to find, that wouldn't be a problem if there were more good quests front and center. And then those would be like the fun hidden gem quests in a good game, but there's not, so it's not. Like all of the Moira Brown quests, those were actually, while a bit tedious, are actually very interesting and fun narratively, because it's like, would you like to help the shopkeep make a survival guide for the wasteland? And you're just some vault dweller who's still...
she survives a fucking nuke.
Yeah. That was a fun way to make sure you don't fail the quest if you do Mr. Burke's mission, but not entirely necessary. But it was funny, though. But, oh yeah, Mr. Burke's mission, the Tenpenny Tower, that one's front and center. That one's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, and there's a reason that people remember that quest.
Yeah.
because it's one of the first quests you get.
Yeah. What? No,
It's
what I'm
almost
saying is,
impossible to not get it.
then we have like the fun narrative feel of the Moira Brown quests. You come out of the vault. It's very roleplay-esque. You come out of the vault. You're a vault dweller. You still have those old American values of patriotism, helping your fellow man, and all that in you, because you're from the vault where that was preserved. And you go to Megaton. Everyone's weird. Everyone's very cold, standoffish. Even the sheriff seemed like he was going to shoot you in the face as soon as look at you, even though he was talking nice. You meet Moira Brown, and she's genuine. And she's like, I want to make a survival guide to help people, but I need someone who's a real go-getter to go out there and get irradiated and get hurt and delve a minefield and search an old supermarket to see if it has food and health supplies remaining.
Which it does somehow.
Remember, it's been 200 years. The raiders have probably been scavenging things and gathering them there.
You find food there.
Yeah, you do. You have to remember the raiders are there, though. Like, William, do you think that food's been there 200 years, or the raiders moved in and locked it in there themselves from their own raids?
I think the way it works is like a mixture of both, because like if it's their food, you would expect there to be way more.
Why would there be way more? There
Because it's
wasn't
like
that.
five.
Oh, way more.
Because there's like 5 cans and there's like 30 guys.
We have to think of how much food there is in the whole building, not just that one stash. That stash was like the quest activation marker, but in the whole place there was a lot more food than that.
But there was just miles and miles of empty cans.
Yeah, because they already raided that, but there was also more in the back areas of it. Like, if you actually look at the raider encampment, they have enough food to last them a couple of days, which they probably do go out and raid and scavenge. That's why they're raiders. That's why they're still raiding. They don't have all the food they need right there. They have some as a stockpile, and that's what you raid. And you raid the raiders. But they're still out there raiding and gathering more so they could survive. That little bit, that was probably their emergency supplies, or just something they had left over. Hello, D Outpost. Where me and William are talking about.
Yeah. There's a concept called shantification. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's the idea of how do these people survive in this setting?
Yeah.
Like in most D&D, and like think about it. In most D&D, when you go through like a building, you almost never find a toilet.
Well, that's because the DMs don't describe it. There's bound to be one.
Or like a washroom. Like you almost never find one.
Yeah.
Or like in Fallout, how do these people eat? They solve it in Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4. They grow crops. Like they have the tomatoes or whatever the fuck they are.
But in 3, they didn't talk
in
about
Fallout 3, there's 200 years since the bombs dropped. Why would she even think to send you to this old supermarket? She's telling that implies to me that there would have been enough food in her mind after 200 years of an entire city eating from that one place for you to find some. That place should have been picked clean within 5 years.
Two things
That's
on that. One, she knew the raiders were there, so it could have been more, can you get the food by raiding the raiders? 2, it was also to see if there's food there. She's not saying there will be food there, go find it and tell me about it. She said, go see if it's possible. Would there be anything there? Oh, D Outpost, I'm sorry. You came here to learn about D&D. So the session is over. Me and William are just doing some post-game talk. We do have... we have another session next week. We don't have any more this week that are streamed. So, next week at... what time? So it'd be, 12 o'clock Central is when we start this one at like this day, so that would be 5 hours and 13 minutes ago. So 5 hours and 13 minutes in the past from this point is when we would usually start session. We have another game an hour before that on Saturday nights that we also stream, so we do Rime of the Frost Maiden and this game, which is Archon. Oh, god damn it, why is the stream lagging? What do you mean? Let me check. Oh, god damn it, why is the stream out? I believe that's on your end.
Let's see. But like it's a very much hard criticism for me with like. But like it's a very much hard. There's a thing that you can do in 3 where you go to where like you find out, oh, your dad went and found 3 Dog.
Yes.
Who's this guy 3 Dog? Oh, he's a DJ. You can go find him. He's a very nice guy. And he wants you to do a quest for him. You can kill him without ever finding out. And it just says, find your dad. No map marker, no nothing. The game continues. He is one of the only NPCs you can do that with. Moira Brown and her quest is more important. The fucking...
Oh yeah, the essential...
Like, they just take... She just takes a knee. You cannot fail that quest other than just saying, nah, I'm not going to do it. Like, the Brotherhood of Steel just take a knee and get back up when you reduce their health to 0. They don't even get hostile. In fucking New Vegas, you can waste every motherfucker in the game.
Yeah.
Like, including story-critical ones.
Yeah, it just fails the quest, yeah.
Yeah.
You do that more.
You can turn it into an empty fucking wasteland.
Mm-hmm. I know. Oh yeah, 3 and 4 are very deep into the essential NPC sins.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's... I noticed they were the worst. I know Morrowind had no essential NPCs. They had, like, the thread of destiny has been severed. Load your save or persist in Doom World. Fun fact, sometimes that message lies, and you can complete the game anyway.
Yeah. Let's see. Find food in the Super Duper Mart. Find medicine in the Super Duper Mart. Moira wants the lone wanderer to look for food and possibly medicine at the nearby Super Duper Mart. Moira will mark it on the player character's map. It is filled with raiders. Hang on. Other quotes?
But yeah, it goes into the idea of, like, it's been 200 years, nothing should have anything anymore. But also, it's been 200 years. How many people have moved in, been run out, and been replaced in that time? It goes into, like, these places, because they are buildings that are still standing, become base camps for raiders and survivors and, like, short-term settlements that get knocked out and things like that. Like, this happens. By the way, that is an idea that we haven't seen in a Fallout game yet, is, like, a super-duper mart that becomes a city. Because it's a pretty defensible position. But, that aside, you could technically find food anywhere that you could have people trying to live in. Because it's been 200 years. There's just stockpiles from existing people, there's stockpiles from past settlements that died out, and safe houses, and all sorts of
Oh, you
shit.
actually can kill Moira.
Yeah, you can if you go, like, if you gun her down, or if you go to, if you refuse the quest, she is marked non-essential from there.
If Moira is killed, a message will appear saying, Moira has been killed and her book will never be written. Go fuck yourself.
I remember that, yeah.
That is the most heavy-handed, aw, feel bad, dumbass, I've ever seen. God.
I mean, I'll let you do it.
Like, she should be killable with the explosion. Just pop her with that fucking nuke. Like, she shouldn't have even had a physical body at that point. She should have just been a fucking shadow on the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Also, I should go ahead and end the stream. Goodbye.